Chapter 2855. The scene of him ascending stargazing deck was still vivid in his mind, and it had been influenced by the Destiny Pearl's power. What had left the deepest impression on him was when he had ascended stargazing deck with the Book of Destiny. He had seen something that had shocked him, but he had forgotten about it. He did not remember what that scene had been, but he knew that it had been extremely shocking. Ascending stargazing deck with the Book of Destiny was completely different from ascending stargazing deck without it. Although the Book of Destiny had been destroyed, he still had the pearl, which was related to destiny. When he thought of this, Zhou Xian took a step forward and stepped onto stargazing deck. In his heart, the fates and continent trembled as all sorts of powers gathered in the sky and condensed into stars. At this moment, it also paused as he saw the silhouette of time. At the same time, Destiny's daughter spat out blood. The fifth mainland Butian Xiaoxia and even Bai Xianer from the reincarnation spacetime spat out blood. They were all familiar with this scene as Zhou Xian had triggered destiny. At that moment Zhou Xian saw the cliff. It was black and boundless. What was at the top of the cliff? An indescribable force pushed him back and he took several steps back. He looked up and stared at stargazing deck. He had forgotten what he had seen. He opened his heaven's eye, and strange sequence particles swirled around stargazing deck before disappearing. This was the power of destiny. Lu Tianyi suddenly grabbed one of the sequence particles, and with a whoosh the Daoist sect collapsed while stargazing deck continuously cracked apart. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Forefather Tianyi had collided with destiny's power across space, and this was a clash between sequence laws. No matter how powerful destiny had been, it was no longer here. Lu Tianyi released his hand and the sequence particle disappeared. He had defeated destiny's power but only by a tiny bit. This is destiny's power. When the universe was formed there were endless laws. Destiny cultivated destiny itself, Lu Tianyi muttered to himself. Zhou Xian did not understand. He just wanted to ascend stargazing deck again and see if he could remember what he had seen. Unfortunately, stargazing deck continued to crack until it finally collapsed and turned to dust. Only a single pearl remained. It's that weak. Lu Tianyi was stunned. Zhou Xian was helpless. Destiny is not here after all. He squatted down and put the pearl away. Now there was only one pearl left. After gathering all the pearls, Zhou Xian did not know if destiny would appear. With forefather Lu Yuan's support he was not as worried. Just as Zhou Xian was about to leave, Lu Tianyi's expression suddenly changed. He slowly turned his head around and said, "An old rival is here." Following that, Zhou Xian felt the air grow heavier and the starry sky grew deeper. The stars trembled and a stifling pressure grew closer and closer. To be able to make him feel such pressure, it must be one of the 7 sky gods, but he did not know which one it was. Soon enough, a figure appeared and looked down at Lu Tianyi, Zhou Xian and the others. "Hey Wuxian." Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Of the 7 sky gods, Bai Wuxian was the most mysterious, and he had fought with the god of oblivion and the god of sorcerer the most. Zhou Xian had a good understanding of them and He Wuxian gave Zhou Xian a deep, boundless feeling. The first person he came into contact with was He Wuxian. Ever since he received the help of progenitor Chen's power, the first time he was trapped was also because of He Wuxian. He would never forget the time when He Wuxian's doppelganger was killed by Mr. Mu in the Million City. Although the words he said before he died did not have much substance, it revealed that He Wuxian knew Mr. Mu. None of the 7 sky gods were simple. He Wuxian's eyes were bright and lively, but they were also dark and deep, forming 3 pitch-black lines. They overlapped to form a star-shaped pattern as he stared at the 3. Lu Tianyi, long time no see. Lu Tianyi looked at He Wuxian. Not too long. I thought you wouldn't appear again. The ancestor can bring us back once he awakens, so why won't he appear? You guys are lucky. Since you have appeared, then die with this era. After He Wuxian finished speaking, the 3 pitch-black lines in his eyes suddenly rotated. Lu Tianyi pushed Zhou Xian away. Be careful. Against He Wuxian even Lu Tianyi could not be careless. Zhou Xian had heard that Lu Tianyi had once fought against the 7 sky gods by himself, directly facing the only true god. At that time he did not understand. If Lu Tianyi had such strength, then he would be at least at the level of the 3 realms 6 Daos. After all, the 7 sky gods had one of the ancient gods of the 3 realms 6 Daos. Later he learned from Lu Yuan that the Eternals were rejected when they entered the Genesis space. This was a power that only a Dao Lord could possess, and the Eternals could not display their full strength. Even so, Lu Yin estimated that Lu Tianyi had ascended to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. In addition to his own combat strength, Lu Yin estimated that he had at least the strength of a parallel spacetime master. One He Wuxian could not stop him. However, Lu Yin looked in another direction. If another one came, it would be troublesome. In the distance, another figure appeared. Even though it was far away, Lu Yin could still hear heavy breathing. This breathing was very familiar, and it immediately pulled him back to the ambush he had encountered in the 6th mainland. This figure was the corpse king that had ambushed him. It was called the Middle Plate, the captain of the True God Guards. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn when he saw the Middle Plate. The first time they had met, Lu Yin had been unable to fight back. His strength had been crushed and his bones had been broken. This time it was different. Up above, He Wuxian and Lu Tianyi had engaged in a battle that the Lady of Fate could not understand. The power that could overturn the starry sky could not be seen clearly, and the Middle Plate appeared in front of him. "Be careful," Lu Yin also said as he looked at the Middle Plate. "I've long wanted to meet you again." The Middle Plate's physical body was extremely tough. In Lu Yin's opinion, it was at the level of a monster. The scarlet vertical eye stared at Lu Yin, and the Middle Plate suddenly raised its hand and struck at Lu Yin from afar. A dark purple substance spread over Lu Yin's body. Behind him, the immovable Heavenly King Elephant roared and also raised its hand to strike. There was a bang and the void distorted and exploded. Back then, the Middle Plate's palm strike had made it difficult for Lu Yin to breathe. He could only rely on the slippers and the God-sealing catalog to divert the power and escape with Jiang Qingyue. Now there was no need for that. Breaking through to the half-ancestor realm had not only transformed his 4 inner worlds, but Lu Yin's own strength had also undergone an earth-shattering change. He was confident that his strength was not below the Middle Plate. The Middle Plate leaped up and landed in front of the Lady of Fate. It was a simple punch without any fancy moves, and there was no trace of any battle technique. Lu Yin stepped forward and also threw a punch. The fist collided with the fist, and the aftershocks spread out and pushed the Lady of Fate away. The Lady of Fate did not dare to be too far away, as she was afraid that Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin would not take her away. However, she also did not dare to be too close. Needless to say, Lu Tianyi's battlefield would kill anyone who touched it, but Lu Yin's battlefield was not easy either. The ripples formed by the collision of their powers caused her to vomit blood. She gritted her teeth, and the threads of fate in front of her continuously moved apart in an attempt to divert the power. However, the power of the collision between Lu Yin and the Middle Plate continued to increase. As the Middle Plate used the Grey Eyes transformation, Lu Yin also used his limitless inner world. The terrifying collision of power directly sent the Lady of Fate flying. The Lady of Fate had never imagined that there would be a day when she would not even be able to get close to Lu Yin's battlefield. The Grey Eyes transformation had increased the Middle Plate's strength by 10 times, and Lu Yin's limitless inner world had continuously fused with the threads of power. Although it seemed limitless, it was actually limited. However, for now it was enough. Bang, bang, bang. Fist after fist collided. The two of them did not even move from their positions, and their strength suppressed the surroundings, burying the Daoist sect's ruins and overturning the heavens. In the distance, Lu Tianyi and He Wuxian looked over at the same time. The Lu family's descendant is amazing. Lu Tianyi, he's much more of a threat than you are. He Wuxian was expressionless. In front of him, 3 threads continuously shuttled back and forth, trying to form a strange prison to restrain Lu Tianyi. However, Lu Tianyi had exchanged blows with He Wuxian more than once or twice, so how could he not know about He Wuxian's methods? You can't touch him. With my Lu family around, even the sole true God can't touch him. Human emotions are too complicated, and this complexity allowed you to have the extremely glorious heavenly sect. However, the heavenly sect is already a thing of the past and it will never appear again. The heavenly sect has already appeared. Aren't all of you 7 God Kings corpse kings? Why are you willing to serve the sole true God? If you want to persuade us to rebel, then that means that you humans have such intentions. Does that mean that there has been an example of us Eternals rebelling because of you? Is that example still in the Eternals? Lu Tianyi's expression did not change, but he became even more vigilant. His casual words had caused He Wuxian to think of these things. His enemy was both powerful and intelligent. He Wuxian, do you really think that you can stop us? Let's try. In the primordial space, the 7 god kings could not stop me even if they worked together. But you can't take Zhou Xian away. You underestimate the 9 mountains and 8 seas too much, Lu Tianyi growled. The divine seal catalog appeared above his head, and one figure after another walked out. Golden light illuminated the heavens. Lu Yin punched the midplate and looked over. He saw the figures walking out of the divine seal catalog. They were Ku Zhu by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. A total of 3 figures walked out, representing the 3 people who had once belonged to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. As long as they were not dead, the power of those who had been sealed could be borrowed. If they walked out, it meant that they had not died. Ku Zhu was not dead. This was something that Lu Tianyi had confirmed, which was why Lu Yuan had continuously tried to revive Ku Zhu. Ku Zhu was still alive. However, Xianxia could not have appeared by himself. The divine seal catalog had appeared, and the real Xianxia was already dead. Lu Yin had only sealed his clone. Lu Yin was excited and the midplate's pupils changed again. They turned green and then red. The increased power caused the air to solidify, preventing Lu Yin from moving. Near his heart, the withered tree that was transforming into a star swayed. He pulled back his arm and punched out. Confinement. 100 punches. The midplate's pupils had not completely turned red, and when Lu Yin punched out, he could only subconsciously counter with his own fist. Bang! There was a loud bang as the midplate was forcefully sent flying. His arm was twisted in an irregular manner, and his entire body streaked across the heavens, leaving a long black scar in space. At the same time, Lu Tianyi arrived. The divine seal catalog had disappeared and he grabbed Lu Yin. Fate's daughter had a strong desire to live, and she took the opportunity to rush over and be pulled away by Lu Tianyi. Let's go. If they wanted to leave, He Wuxian alone could not stop them. He did not plan to stop them and he simply watched as Lu Tianyi took Lu Yin away. Not long after, Lu Yin tore through the void and the 3 disappeared. Chapter 2856. After they left, Zhong Pan stood up and the red pupil transformation slowly disappeared. Black Wuxian looked at him and said, "You will have plenty of chances to fight him. Next time use the red pupil transformation directly. Otherwise you will be dead." There was no reply in the mid-game. His breathing became heavier and heavier. When Lu Yin returned to the above the sky sect, Lu Tianyi returned to the cosmic tree, but before he left he warned Lu Yin not to underestimate the 7 sky gods. Lu Yin asked him if he was confident in saving Ku Zhu, but Lu Tianyi did not know either. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that he hadn't been able to see the Desolate Ancestor attack Blacklist God in the middle game. With the Desolate Ancestor's power that had completely suppressed the Undying God, he didn't know what the outcome would have been if he had faced Blacklist God. After retrieving the beads, Lu Yin asked the Fate Maidens to divine the location of the last bead. The few of them worked together to perform a divination and finally determined that the last bead was in a parallel universe. He thought of Bai Xianer, but aside from her he couldn't think of anyone else who was most likely to be with her. Thinking of this, he took Life Maiden to the reincarnation spacetime and asked her to divine whether he was in this spacetime. The answer surprised him. The last bead was not in this spacetime. Lu Yin thought that she wasn't in this spacetime, so he tried to contact her. "Brother Zhou Xian, I didn't expect you to contact me." Bai Xianer's voice came from the cloud stone. Bai Xianer was in this spacetime, but the bead wasn't. This meant that the last bead wasn't with Bai Xianer. On the other side, Bai Xianer was stunned. She was already surprised that Lu Yin had contacted her. She had thought that it was about the 4-way scales, but aside from the White Dragon clan and the Xia family, everyone else had been sent to the 100,000 water path. She knew about this, but she couldn't do anything about it. What was the meaning of not saying anything after contacting him? Could it be that fate wanted to see if he was dead or not because he had triggered it? No matter how intelligent Bai Xianer was, she couldn't figure it out. After confirming that the bead was in a parallel universe, Lu Yin did not have a target. It was impossible for him to search through parallel universes one by one, and the Hexagon Society's known parallel universes were far from all of them. How was he supposed to find it? He could only give up for the time being. Perhaps Zhao Ran would be able to give him an answer in the future, even though he didn't know what her identity was. In the following period of time, the 6 directions would be very quiet. The origin space was also very quiet. Rank 9 Lotus Venerate had come once. If he brought Grand Empyreans with him, he would have the primordial space take out at least half of the Ancestor Realm experts to help defend the Six Direction Society. However, Lu Yin had refused and said that if he did not hand Madman Lu over to the Lu family, the primordial space would ignore the Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin's attitude infuriated the 9th grade Lotus Sovereign, but there was nothing she could do. The number of Ancestor Realm experts in the primordial space exceeded that of Samsara spacetime. Grand Empyreans could not fight Lu Yuan, so this matter could only be dropped. Before leaving, Lu Yin also asked Reincarnation Spacetime to hand over by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. Lotus Reverend T scolded him for being too arrogant, but Lu Yin only laughed. He didn't care about Grand Empyreans at all. 2 months passed, and during this time various types of power continuously spread out from his heart towards the starry sky within his body. The 380,000 stars of the Sirius art adorned his body, and he looked forward to the moment when all of his power was converted into stars. When that happened, how much power would his heart be able to unleash? During these 2 months, one person had attracted Lu Yin's attention. It was the youth called Tuo Lin. As a person from the reincarnation spacetime, he had no cultivation, but he wanted to be his disciple. This was already considered strange, but what really caught Lu Yin's attention was the youth he had seen at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Aside from Ancestor Realm powerhouses, only those who had made great contributions could participate in the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, and it was an extraordinary contribution. That youth looked very young and did not have any cultivation. He was definitely not someone who had made great contributions, but he could participate in the tea party. At that time he had attracted Lu Yin's attention, but because too many things had happened he had forgotten. Some time ago, on a whim, he had scanned the Above Heaven sect with his domain. He called Wuda over and asked him to pay attention to that youth. Wuda was excited. How many people in this starry sky could talk to Lu Yin? Lu Yin was not the Lu Yin of the past, and he was lucky. He treated Lu Yin's words as heavenly might and stared at Tuo Lin all day long. From time to time he would ask a few questions, wanting to know everything about this youth. He had a premonition that this youth was about to soar. On this day Madame Nailan returned and asked to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin met her at the back of the mountain and asked Zhao Ran to make tea. Is Yi Xing's training over? Madame Nailan shook her head. Not so fast. I'm here for a mission. Lu Yin looked at Madame Nailan. An eye appeared on Madame Nailan's forehead. It was Yi Xing's symbol, which Lu Yin called the Strengthened Void Wanderer. This thing could prevent ordinary progenitors from harming its owner. Every member of Yi Xing's group had one to ensure their safety. Pathmaster, this eye is Yi Xing's symbol. It's called the Spatial Rotting God. Lu Yin raised a brow. Rotting God? This name was not unfamiliar. Back in the Starfall Sea, the mutants had relied on this thing to escape. However, their rotting gods were very disgusting and were all tentacles. There's a strange parallel universe in the endless battlefield called the Rotting God Universe. There are no humans or astral beasts there. There is only one species, and that is the Rotting God. There are all kinds of rotting gods. The most common is the Tentacle Rotting God. There are also Stone Rotting Gods, Blade Rotting Gods, and so on. The Spatial Rotting God is one of the most powerful rotting gods there. Yi Xing obtained a large number of spatial rotting gods from there and distributed them to each member of Yi Xing's group to ensure their safety in the Six Paths Association. This time I'm here to ask for help on behalf of Yi Xing. Lu Yin understood. It seemed that the mutant's rotting god was the Tentacle Rotting God, while Yi Xing's was the Spatial Rotting God. There was actually such a parallel universe. What do you want help for? Madame Nailan was solemn. Something has happened in the Rotting God universe. The Shaoyin deity is forcefully seizing the Rotting God universe and is leading the Eternals to completely occupy it. Yi Xing sent me here to ask for help. Can be considered a trade. Yi Xing is offering 10 trillion star essence. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The Shaoyin deity universe is in the Rotting God universe? Madame Nailan nodded. Bailan wants me to tell you that the Shaoyin deity universe's Tao of Decay was actually cultivated in the Rotting God universe. His power has been stripped away by the Grand Empyrean, so he wants to cultivate it again in the Rotting God universe. In the past he belonged to the Reincarnation universe and had a good relationship with me. There were no conflicts, but now, everyone knows that he's a spy and represents the Eternals. He went to the Rotting God universe to attack Yi Xing and chase him out of the Rotting God universe. Yi Xing cannot lose the Rotting God universe. Lu Yin stood up and looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. Was the Shaoyin deity universe? Zhao Ran arrived and brewed tea for the two of them. Madame Naylan drank it naturally as she was no stranger to Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran looked at Lu Yin expectantly. This was her newly brewed tea and the taste was different. Lu Yin sat down again. What's the most Yixing can offer? He was very short on money and was thinking about how to make some money. Yixing was the most suitable person to fuse with the progenitors of the Six Paths Society. Lu Yin had thought about snatching those bags of money before, but after some thought he decided against it. With his status he could not do such a thing, so there was a better way. Before Lu Yin could make a move, Yixing delivered the money to his mouth. Lu Yin wanted to kill the Shaoyin deity, but he also needed Yixing's money. The only problem was the endless battlefield. The endless battlefield was not easy to traverse, but with Lu Tianyi, Elder Chan and the other progenitors, it should not be too difficult. He did not believe that the Eternals could gather the 7 sky gods and lay an ambush in the rotting god universe. Yixing could not possibly join forces with the Eternals. Madame Naylan directly said, 30 trillion star essence from the reincarnation universe. Lu Yin was astonished. Jumping from 10 trillion to 30 trillion? Madame Naylan smiled. There was no need for her to act coquettishly, as her temperament was enough to mesmerize anyone. I'm your woman. Lu Yin laughed. Yixing understands me very well, so he used money to bribe me. However, 30 trillion is still not enough. Madame Naylan nodded. Then I'll go talk to them. Lu Yin tapped his finger on the table. No need. This is your first time representing Yixing, so I can't let you fail. Madame Naylan smiled at Lu Yin. Pathmaster, I don't need my family to pay a price to ascend. Lu Yin's lips curled up. But I need you to ascend. Madame Naylan did not ask any more questions as she knew what Lu Yin was planning. Yixing was too rich and Lu Yin needed him, but what could he do? There was no point in having her ascend and it would not be easy to do so. Lu Yin rubbed his cosmic ring as Bai Rong's body was still with him. The higher Madame Naylan's position was, the more she would understand Yixing. The corpse god wanted to steal the cosmic ring, which was the same as stealing Bai Rong's body. This was a chess piece and if used well it might be able to kill the corpse god. Yixing, corpse god, Bai Rong and money. These words spun around in Lu Yin's mind, and he needed to think of a good plan. At present he really wanted to deal with the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign, and he also wanted to obtain 30 trillion star essence. Pathmaster, aren't you afraid that Yixing is from the eternal race? That he's using the rotting god space to ambush us? Madame Naylan asked as she had no idea what Yixing's true intentions were. Lu Yin sneered. If the eternal race had the ability to take me down, then they wouldn't have needed to ambush us in the rotting god space. Go back and tell Yixing that I'm going to the rotting god space for 300,000 star essence. Madame Naylan nodded and looked at Lu Yin. Be careful. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. Zhao Ran watched Madame Naylan leave and opened her mouth to say that she had not finished her tea, but Madame Naylan left too quickly. Soon after Lu Yin left as well. Zhao Ran felt wronged as her tea. Lu Yin went to Lu Tianjing, and he would either bring Patriarch Lu Yuan or Lu Tianyi with him. However, when he reached Lu Tianjing he learned that Patriarch Lu Yuan had already left. Left? Lu Yin was puzzled. Lu Tianyi solemnly said, the Patriarch has gone to the Six Direction Society, so it's time to strike back at the eternal race. The Grand Empyrean will take the lead, and the masters of various parallel spacetime will all take action. We'll give the eternal race a ruthless blow. Lu Yin asked. Lu Tianyi did not know either. Just wait. Once we act, the endless battlefield will send news. Patriarch Lu Yuan had left, and Lu Yin could not ask Lu Tianyi to leave with him. That would put the starter space in danger. Chapter 2857. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that the Eternals would use the rotting god universe and the Six Direction Society to take revenge on them, it would still lead to the destruction of the origin space. If Lu Yin wanted to go to the rotting god universe he could only bring other progenitors with him. Fortunately, Big Sis had broken through, and the Netherworld ancestor's strength was absolutely trustworthy. Not only that, but news from the endless battlefield had also spread that the Grand Empyreans had joined forces with the various spacetime masters. The Eternals would not have the strength to plot against Lu Yin, and if they did, then it was just as Lu Yin had said, there would be no need to plot against them. They could sweep through them with their own strength, so why bother? Are you sure you want to go to the endless battlefield, little Xian? Lu Tianyi asked. Lu Yin nodded. Ancestor, I don't want to miss out on 300,000 star essence. Lu Tianyi laughed. My Lu family's cultivation does consume a lot of resources, so it's fine if you want to go. The decisive battle with the Grand Empyreans is enough to keep the Eternals busy. If deity Shaoyin is in the rotting god universe, then you can easily deal with him. If he's not, then that's even better. That means that the Eternals are under pressure, which means that the Ancestor will have an advantage. Lu Yin smiled. That's exactly what I was thinking. Lu Tianyi's smile faded. But you can't be careless. If I can't go, then the Netherworld Ancestor can. Lu Yin nodded. If he did not have one or two powerhouses as his trump cards, then he would be somewhat hesitant to go to the endless battlefield. Big Sis had broken through at the right time, and he could also use this opportunity to show the Six Direction Society how powerful the origin space was. Yi Xing had not asked the Six Direction Society for help, but had instead asked for help from the origin space. This in itself represented the recognition of the powerhouses outside. Now all he had to do was wait for news of the decisive battle from the endless battlefield. 10 days later, Bailan arrived with 50,000 star essence as a sign of Yi Xing's sincerity. This sincerity was definitely great. Before this, the wealthiest clan that Lu Yin had come into contact with was the Mavis family, and they were known as the Lu family's money bag. However, even they could not gather 300,000 star essence to ask Lu Yin for help. Of course, the two were not on the same level. The Mavis family had declined, and they could only gather resources from the Fifth Mainland. On the other hand, Yi Xing could move unhindered the entire Six Direction Society and collect commissions. Lu Yin had no idea how much money they had. Yi Xing had taken out 300,000 star essence right off the bat, which was definitely not a serious injury to Yi Xing. Lu Yin was becoming more and more interested in Yi Xing. In reincarnation time and space, there was a wooden pole blocking the city gate. There were 7 words written on it. Those who look at me are cowards. It was the little food saint. His hands were itching, so he came to a city and started to provoke them. Many people were angry and wanted to arm wrestle with him, but the result was very miserable. Outside the city gate, another wooden pole appeared. On the front there were 6 big words, by Qian's grandpa Jiao, and on the back there were 4 big words, believe it or not. It was Xianxia. A city gate with 2 wooden poles, one inside and one outside. Xianxia and the little food saint exchanged glances as they looked at the wooden pole opposite them. What the hell was that? Xianxia looked at the firm muscles of the little saint of food, his big mouth that was crazily stuffing food, and his obviously idiotic face. He then turned around and left. This kind of person was obviously brainless, so it was best not to cause trouble. Hold it right there, the little food saint shouted. Xianxia ran even faster. The little food saint raised his eyebrows and threw the wooden pole out. The pole brushed past Xianxia and pierced into the ground, blocking Xianxia's path. Xianxia was almost pierced through. He was furious and turned back to scold. Which blind fool is throwing things around? What if it hits your grandpa Jiao? I wish your whole family a peaceful and beautiful life. The people around felt weird. Was he scolding or blessing? The little food saint pushed through the crowd and walked to Xianxia, staring at him with his huge eyes. Xianxia was terrified and smiled. This little brother is obviously talented and smart. The heavy responsibility of saving humanity will fall on you. One day you will punch Zhou Xian in the sky and kick Xiao Zun in the reincarnation cycle. Little brother, the future is yours. The little food saint raised his eyebrows and looked at Xianxia, then at the wooden pole. You are Bai Qian's grandpa Jiao? Xianxia's face twitched. Yes. What's your name? Xianxia. The little food saint stared at Xianxia with his eyes wide open. What did you say your name was? Xianxia was confused. Xianxia. What's wrong, little brother? You don't deserve it. The little food saint grabbed Xianxia and threw him out. Xianxia wailed. Who did he offend? The little food saint snorted. How dare he use Xianxi's name? If he doesn't have the strength, he doesn't deserve it. Trash. Xianxia fell into the river far away with a splash. On the river, a small boat floated quietly. Pleasant laughter came from the boat. Miss, someone fell into the river. Pick him up. Master once said to do one good deed every day. Yes. Xianxia cursed and floated to the surface of the river, glaring into the distance. Unworthy? How was he unworthy? Was there anything special about the name Xianxia? At this time a pole landed in front of him from a boatman. Come up. Miss is kind and will save your life. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Miss. This title allowed him to see a beautiful life in the future. Over the years he had already helped countless young ladies and madams to predict their fates and futures, especially their husbands. Thinking of this he smiled and said, Thank you, young lady. May I pay my respects to you? The boatman looked at him with disdain. You think you are worthy of meeting our miss? Bring him in. A pleasant voice came from the cabin, accompanied by some laughter. The boatman replied respectfully, Miss is kind. To be able to meet her is the greatest fortune in your life. Cherish it. As he finished he lifted the pole and pulled Xianxia onto the boat. Xianxia squeezed his clothes dry and put on a serious expression. Please lead the way. The boatman snorted. He felt that this guy was a little wretched. Soon Xianxia was brought into the cabin. What he saw were 3 to 5 young ladies chatting and laughing. There was even a lady playing the zither. However, she didn't play any music, as if she was thinking about something. After Xianxia came in, the ladies looked at him. Xianxia coughed and raised his head to face the ladies. I'm Xianxia. I was plotted against by a scoundrel. Thank you for saving me. The ladies' happy faces sank when they heard Xianxia's name. The lady playing the zither suddenly stared at Xianxia. What did you say your name was? Xianxia blinked and had a bad feeling. Sister, he said his name is Xianxia. What's your relationship with Xianqi? Sister, look, he has a pole with the words by Qian's grandpa Ji written on it. Bai Qian seems to have some relationship with Xianqi. I heard that she could rise in the ultra space-time because Xianqi framed he ran as a spy, causing he ran to go missing. He must be related to Xianqi. Otherwise it wouldn't be so coincidental. One is Xianqi, the other is Xianxia. Well, Xianqi was exposed. Who is Xianxia trying to fool? Xianxia was stunned. What Xianqi? He hadn't been in the reincarnation space-time for long and hadn't come into contact with any big shots. However, his instincts told him that he was in trouble and he quickly explained. Unfortunately, before he could speak, one of the ladies hit Xianxia hard. Look at his wretched appearance. He must be related to Xianqi. That Xianqi disrespected the disciples of Lotus Lord and caused senior sister to be punished to the endless battlefield. The worst thing is that he angered master. Sisters beat him up. Beat him up. Xianxia was furious. Who did he offend? He hadn't divined it yet. The lady's attack scared him and he quickly ran away. Fortunately, he had traversed the 5th mainland's cosmos for many years and had plenty of experience. Although the ladies were quite strong, they couldn't catch up to him. Bastards, spread the word that someone called Xianxia might be related to Xianqi. Tell everyone to keep an eye on him and don't be fooled by that wretched person. On the other side, Xianxia's appearance had successfully aroused the little food saint's desire to compete with Lu Yin in terms of strength. He obviously knew that he was no match for Lu Yin, but Lu Yin's breakthrough to half-ancestor and his first inner world was too tempting. He wanted to see it even in his dreams. Even though the food saint had warned him several times, he still couldn't help but go. Who cares? Half a month later, the little food saint appeared outside the Above the Sky sect. He was shocked when he saw the colossus in front of him. This was the Above the Sky sect? That extremely glorious human sect? The closer he got, the more he felt an unimaginable majesty. It was as if there were many powerhouses looking at him and he didn't dare to approach. Outside the Above the Sky sect, Wuda was still staring at Tuo Lin. Countless people were waiting in a circle around the Above the Sky sect. Some hoped to join the sect, some were looking for friends, and some were simply here to worship. Many of them were from the Six-Way Society. They were too curious about the Above the Sky sect. The Genesis space had replaced the Three Monarchs spacetime as one of the Six-Way Societies. However, compared to the Three Monarchs spacetime, the Genesis space was much stronger. If not for the fact that the Grand Empyreans were still considered invincible, the Genesis space would have replaced the reincarnation spacetime and become the leader of the Six-Way Societies. The little food saint introduced himself. His status was enough to meet Lu Yin. Lu Yin soon received the news. Little food saint? He waved his hand. I don't want to see him. This guy kept pestering him, wanting to compete with him in terms of strength. Now he actually had the guts to come? Where did his confidence come from? Not long after, the second Night King reported again. Dao Lord, the little food saint sent me a message. He said that he knows the whereabouts of the hellworm. Lu Yin raised his brows. Bring him in. The hellworm had escaped during the Tea Party battle. Lu Yin had rushed back to the Above the Sky sect and hadn't paid much attention to it. When the battle ended, the hellworm was nowhere to be found. When Patriarch Lu Yuan had asked the Grand Empyrean for Madman Lu, he had mentioned the hellworm, but the hellworm wasn't with the Grand Empyrean. With the status of the Grand Empyrean, no matter how much she wanted the hellworm, it was impossible for her to lie. She could have just not returned it. Therefore Lu Yin had no idea where the hellworm had gone. He had asked several people in the Six-Way Society, but none of them knew. The battle at the tea party had been too intense, and the hellworm had shrunk his body. If one wasn't paying attention, they wouldn't have noticed him. Soon the little food saint was brought in. When he saw Lu Yin, his eyes lit up. Lu Yin moved his finger, and an invisible force pressed down on the little food saint. The little food saint instantly felt as if the world was collapsing as the force pressed him down. You still want to compete in terms of strength? The little food saint gritted his teeth and resisted the force. He raised his head stubbornly. I want to see your inner world. The first one. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. My first inner world is called Limitless, which means infinite power. If you want to see it, sure. Where is the hellworm? Chapter 28:58. With the power gone, the little food saint was finally able to catch his breath. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Even his father, the food saint, would not have the upper hand against Lu Yin, let alone him. Jiang Xiaodao told me. He said Jiang Xing saw Mr. Daheng tear open the void at the end of the tea party battle and lure the caged Wurm away. I don't know where it went, and neither does Jiang Xing, the little food saint said. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Mr. Daheng, it was him? No wonder no one knew where the caged Wurm went. If he had torn open the void and lured it away, no one would have cared. The caged Wurm had shrunk, and everyone was concerned about the Lu family's return. Who would care about the caged Wurm? Why did Mr. Daheng attack the caged Wurm? Lu Yin did not believe that Mr. Daheng had the guts to provoke him. Let me see your inner world with infinite power. The little food saint was looking forward to it. Lu Yin's lips curled up as his inner world appeared. It was filled with flowing lights and vibrant colors. Each of the flowing lights represented a power that constantly revolved. It was both beautiful and dangerous. The little food saint stared at the inner world in a daze, his eyes almost popping out. He could not feel the power. The more it was like this, the more terrifying the inner world was. It was a power that was completely restrained and turned into lines. How did he do it? He could not help but touch one of the lines. Suddenly, the terrifying power threw him out. His fingers were shattered as his body slammed into the wall. He grimaced in pain. Lu Yin smiled as his inner world disappeared. He put his hands behind his back and looked down at the little food saint. Are you satisfied now? The little food saint held his fingers as his face turned pale. He was clearly in pain, but he was very happy. I feel an irresistible power in a different form. The power we used before was too rigid. Lu Yin praised. The Taotai bloodline is gifted. I hope you can improve your power. Oh, give me some blood. The little food saint was confused. You want my blood? For what? There are people in the Sixth Mainland who cultivate with Taotai blood. You can give it to them as a reward. The little food saint did not know what to say. He felt something was wrong, but he could not refuse. He did not seem to have the right to refuse. So what if his father was one of the 3 venerables and 9 sages? Did he have the right to be arrogant in front of this person? No, not at all. In the end, the little saint of food left a lot of blood behind and left in a weak state. Lu Yin had tossed his blood into the 5th tower as a reward, which was a huge temptation to the cultivators of the 6th Mainland's bloodline. In the past, only the Riemlings in the 6th Mainland had been able to use the Taotia's blood to cultivate. Now, however, there were more and more Riemlings, and the Taotia's blood was no longer as rare as it used to be. He remembered that the Realmling who had cultivated using Taotia's blood was Nan Yanfei, and the more he ate, the stronger he became. He didn't know when the endless battlefield would send news. He wanted to bring people to the rotting god universe. With the prison flood dragon as a mount, it would save him a lot of effort. He had to bring the prison flood dragon back. Mr. Daheng? Repose Palace. In the past, he did not want to interact with Mr. Daheng. But now, Lu Yin didn't hesitate to head to the wood space-time dimension. His senior apprentice brother was there, so there was nothing to worry about. Lu Yin did not know where the Hall of Freedom was, so he sought out Heaven's Reflection Manor's manor Lord Gon and asked him to take him there. Lord Gon was a member of the Hall of Freedom and he was very surprised to see Lu Yin. His attitude was different from before and he was much more reserved. This was not only because of Lu Yin's status, but also because of his strength. Lu Yin was someone who had battled with divinity Xiaoyin. He was only a half-ancestor and once he broke through to the ancestor realm his strength would definitely reach the peak. Furthermore, the Lu family was not to be trifled with. Master Lu, if Mr. Daheng knew that you were coming to the Hall of Freedom, he would definitely be very happy, Lord Gon said with a smile. Lu Yin smiled. Senior Gon. You can just call me Gon, Lord Gon hurriedly said. In the world of cultivation those who are more powerful are more important. Age is not important. Lu Yin said, alright then I'll call you Lord Gon. Lord Gon nodded. Back then Lord Gon strongly invited me to come to the wood spacetime to help investigate a spy. I want to know which spy is so troublesome that Lord Gon is so eager to investigate. If I have time I'm willing to help. After all, a spy is everyone's enemy. Lord Gon smiled bitterly. I'm not targeting a particular spy, but rather a spy in my own spacetime. Lu Yin was curious. Master Lu, you should know that the wood spacetime has existed for a long time, second only to the reincarnation spacetime. In fact, since that era the Eternals have begun to infiltrate the wood spacetime. After so many years, they have created countless spies, which exhausted everyone in the wood spacetime. Among them there were more than one extremely powerful spy. Lu Yin was surprised. There are progenitor spies? Lord Gon nodded and sighed. The Eternals' infiltration methods are unimaginable to ordinary people. They can rope in people when they are weak and weak. They can also rope in people when they are isolated and helpless. In short, they have endless methods to develop spies. My Heaven's View manor is unable to continue. That's why I wanted to ask for Master Lu's help. If Master Lu can eliminate the spies in the Void God spacetime, you can also eliminate the spies in the wood spacetime. To be honest, Master Lu, the wood spacetime has the kingdom of eternity. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. There's a kingdom of eternity here? Lord Gon solemnly said, absolutely, and there's also a clone of the seven god skies wood Immortal. The wood Immortal referred to the half-progenitor in the wood spacetime. Just like the fifth mainland there were also half-progenitors in the seven god sky. Lu Yin looked at Lord Gon, whose gaze was calm and unflinching as they stared at each other. He had guessed that Lord Gon's invitation to the wood spacetime might have nothing to do with Mr. Daheng. After all, Mr. Daheng could not have known about Qin Lu and him at that time. Now, although Mr. Daheng had guessed that Qin Lu had joined the Above Heaven sect, Lord Gon's invitation might really have nothing to do with Mr. Daheng. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Lord Gon, don't worry. If possible, I will definitely come to the wood spacetime to eliminate the spies. Lord Gon was overjoyed and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Gon, on behalf of the wood spacetime, thank Master Lu. With Lu Yin's identity as the master of the origin space, it was indeed necessary for Lord Gon to bow deeply to eliminate the spies in the wood spacetime. The Hall of Freedom was free and unfettered. It was neither good nor evil, and a single thought was eternal. This was the Hall of Freedom. Lu Yin looked at the hills and mountains that spread across the tree trunk in front of him. In the middle of the mountains were many antique buildings, most of which were stone houses. That was where the Hall of Freedom was located. He looked at it in surprise. Are you sure that is the Hall of Freedom? Lord Gon smiled. Everyone who comes to the Hall of Freedom is as surprised as Master Lu, but that is indeed the Hall of Freedom. Outsiders are deceived by the name of the Hall of Freedom. In fact, the Hall of Freedom is a hall. It is named after the ruins of this place. The most important thing is the word freedom. The reason why we joined the Hall of Freedom is because of this word. How many cultivators are bound by the secular world and live for others? What the Hall of Repose wants is for you to live for yourself. As long as you don't betray the greater good of humanity, you can live freely. Just like the motto of the Hall of Repose, there is no self, there is no other. Be free and unfettered, neither good nor evil. The other parallel universes of the Six Paths Association have misunderstood the Hall of Freedom. They think that the Hall of Freedom is selfish, but that is not the case. We just want to live a more comfortable life. We are just a group of friends with similar interests who want to find a place to talk freely. Lu Yin glanced at Lord Gon. This was not right. If that was the case, why did Mr. Daheng control Chunlu? Why did he collect those landscape painting stones? The so-called Hall of Freedom was just to create a false impression of selfishness. Mr. Daheng's goal was to collect those landscape painting stones. Lu Yin still did not know the origin of those stones. Was Lord Gan really willing to join the Hall of Freedom? Would it be the same as Chunlu? Master Lu, please. Lord Gan led the way. Lu Yin nodded. How many people are there in the Hall of Freedom? There are constantly people joining and leaving. Currently there are about 20 people. Most of them are cultivators in the Wood Immortal realm. There are 5 cultivators in the Wood Heavenly realm. The ones in the Wood Spacetime are Mr. Daheng, me and Brother Wuhan. The other 2 are from the parallel universes of the Endless Battlefield. The Wood Heavenly realm referred to the Progenitor realm. It was not simple for the Hall of Freedom to gather 5 Progenitor realm experts. Before the Lu family returned and before Ling Qing and the rest broke through to the Progenitor realm, the Above Heaven sect only had these few Progenitor realm experts. They did not have a sequence law expert like Mr. Daheng. In comparison, the Hall of Freedom's strength surpassed the Above Heaven sect at that time. The Wood Spacetime was filled with tree trunks. The tree trunk that supported the Hall of Freedom was especially thick and was equivalent to a continent. There were even mortal empires on it. When Lu Yin and Gan arrived at the Hall of Freedom, Mr. Daheng also walked out to welcome Lu Yin. Welcome to the Hall of Freedom, Master Lu. Mr. Daheng was a refined and kind person. Lu Yin greeted him politely. Mr. Daheng was full of praise for Lu Yin. He had broken through to the half-ancestor realm during the Tea Party and had 4 inner worlds. This was unprecedented. Lu Yin was also curious about the Hall of Freedom that Mr. Daheng had created. The communication between them was smooth. They were currently in a pavilion. In the distance there were farmers farming. Birds flew in the sky and the sun was setting. It was a simple and beautiful scene. The path of cultivation is really tough. I've heard of too many ordinary people who want to cultivate and control their own futures. However, they don't know that even we can't control our own futures. On the contrary, it's easier for ordinary people to do so. They don't need to fight for resources, face wars, or scheme against each other. Master Lu, the lifespan of farmers is limited, but it's also limitless. When a seed is planted, it will germinate, bear fruit, and eventually give birth to other seeds. It's limitless, which means that their lives are limitless. Although we cultivators live for a long time, are we really the same person as we were in the past? We're no longer the same person as we were when we were young and old. We're like those drifting seeds that continue to germinate, bloom, bear fruit, scatter, and reincarnate. Mr. Daheng looked at the fields under the setting sun and sighed. Chapter 28:59. Lu Yin took a sip of the tea. This tea was plucked from the tea mountain on the other side of the mountain, and it was very ordinary. Does Mr. wish to discuss life with me? Mr. Daheng laughed. I'm overthinking things. Master Lu is so young. How could you be so sentimental? Lord Gan looked at Lu Yin enviously. They were all old, but Lu Yin was still so young and so strong. No one knew how far he could go in the future. Lu Yin put down his teacup. Is Mr. lamenting that you're old or lamenting that you're not who you used to be? Mr. Daheng smiled. What do you think, Master Lu? Lu Yin replied, the former. Lord Gan shook his head. Mr. Daheng laughed. The Hall of Freedom emphasizes freedom and freedom. It's because we feel like we're being changed by everything around us and we can't break free. Because of the endless battlefield, we have to step into it. Because of the Wood Heavenly realm, we work hard in this direction when we cultivate. Because there's day and night, we have to distinguish between day and night. Because there's good and evil, we have to think twice before doing anything. These are the effects, but we've never thought about it. Is this really what we want to do? I want to sit here and drink tea, but because night falls, I have to go back. I want to see the scenery, but because it's a battlefield, I can't go. I want to eat delicious food every day, but because the chef died of old age, I can't eat it anymore. From birth to death, a person is affected by too many things and they can't be free and unfettered. Wouldn't that be a shame to their life? The Hall of Freedom wants people to be free and unfettered. It wants people to have eternity. Master Lu, have you ever thought about staying in one place forever? To stay by one person's side forever? Have you ever thought about what kind of life you'll have? Why don't you realize it? Lord Gan's eyes burned. This was the reason he had joined the Hall of Freedom. He wanted to do what he wanted to do. With a bang, the teacup shattered. This startled Lord Gon, and Mr. Daheng's words came to an abrupt end. Lu Yin released his hand. My apologies. I was reminded of the past. Mr. Daheng looked at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. Seems like Master Lu is also a sentimental person. Lu Yin smiled. There's something I want to do right now. I wonder if Mr. can help me? Master Lu, please speak. Mr. Daheng smiled. Lu Yin looked at him. I want to bring back the hellworm. Manor Lord Gon was stunned. He looked at Mr. Daheng in confusion. Prison Flood Dragon? Mr. Daheng was not surprised and looked at Lu Yin calmly. I also have something that I want to do and I hope that Master Lu can help me. Please speak, sir, Lu Yin replied. Mr. Daheng said, I hope that Qin Lu will join the Repose Palace. Lu Yin and Mr. Daheng looked at each other. This was their condition. Mr. Daheng was truly a ruthless person. His goal in taking the hellworm away was to bring Qin Lu into the Hall of Freedom. For that he had not hesitated to attack the hellworm in such a dangerous battlefield as the Tea Party. He had also not hesitated to risk being discovered by Lu Yin and becoming the enemy of the primordial space. Qin Lu was definitely not someone he valued. What he valued was what happened back then. Even if the landscape painting stone was in Luo Shan's hands, he still wanted to know why Qin Lu gave it to Luo Shan, where he got his confidence from and who helped him. These were what Mr. Daheng wanted to know. This was the Repose Palace. In Mr. Daheng's own words, he wanted to be free and do whatever he wanted. He was also working hard for this goal and Qin Lu was one of them. For Qin Lu, he dared to take the risk at the tea party and use the hellworm as a bargaining chip. He did not care about his methods and was neither good nor evil. Manor Lord Gon did not understand what the two were talking about, but the atmosphere was heavy. Qin Lu joined the Above Heaven sect willingly. If he wants to join the Repose Palace, I will not stop him. If he does not want to, I will not force him, Lu Yin said. Mr. Daheng said, Master Lu has his ways. Qin Lu is just a small character. I hope that he will join the Repose Palace. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at the faraway farmland. It seems that Mr. Daheng has made up his mind. An eternal thought, Mr. Daheng said bluntly. Lu Yin stood up. All right, I will bring Qin Lu here. Whether he is willing to join or not will depend on Mr. Daheng. Of course, I also want to see the hellworm. Mr. Daheng smiled. Sorry to trouble you, Master Lu. Lu Yin left the Repose Palace. Mr. Daheng's smile disappeared. Manor Lord Gon could not help but say, Senior, this? He understood the conversation between the two and his expression turned ugly. Mr. Daheng waved his hand. Call Traceless over. This Lu family's son might not compromise so easily. That will offend the primordial space and the Lu family. What if someone from the Lu family comes, especially that ancestor Lu Yuan? It won't be that bad. Qin Lu. The Lu family's son can become the Above Heaven sect's Dao master and the primordial space's master. He won't be so careless. He really did not want to offend the primordial space and the Lu family. He would not forget that at the tea party, Lu Yin had first called the Grand Emperor a crazy woman, and then that ancestor Lu Yuan had done the same. He could not afford to offend such a person. He rubbed his cosmic ring. As long as he could see Qin Lu, this price would be enough to make the Lu family give up on him. The hellworm was just a guide. If he could bring the Lu family's son here, he would satisfy Lu Yin. Although the Repose Palace's actions were neither righteous nor evil, they were not stupid. They knew who they could offend and who they could not. Mansion Master Gon relaxed. This was good. If that ancestor Lu was displeased, he was afraid that the Above Heaven sect and the Lu family would send a few progenitors to destroy the Repose Palace. Mr. Daheng's idea was good. He used the hellworm as a bait to lure Lu Yin to the Repose Palace. As long as Lu Yin brought Qin Lu here, he would pay the price to make Lu Yin give up on Qin Lu. He had never thought of using the hellworm as a bargaining chip. The two sides were not equal in strength, and such a negotiation would be disadvantageous to the Repose Palace. However, he did not think about what Lu Yin was thinking. Lu Yin had experienced many grievances along the way. He had experienced many life and death situations. Now that the Lu family had returned and the Above Heaven sect was gradually gaining glory, how could he do things the same way as before? Especially at this juncture, when the primordial space needed to make a name for itself in the Sixth Direction Association and intimidate the reincarnation spacetime. Did a mere Repose Palace have the qualifications to negotiate with him? Did he need to negotiate with the Repose Palace? What a joke. After returning to the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin called for Qin Lu, Leng Qing, Elder Chan and Big Sis. Someone is causing trouble for me. Please come with me to settle it. Big Sis's lips curled up. Interesting. Elder Chan stroked his beard and smiled. Leng Qing was solemn. Qin Lu sneered. Who would be so stupid to provoke this ruthless person now? Lu Yin tore the void and brought them to the wood spacetime, heading towards the Repose Palace. The Above Heaven sect needed to establish its prestige. Wu Hen arrived at the Repose Palace. As one of the few wood heavenly realm powerhouses in the wood spacetime, Wu Hen's strength was above Lord Gon's. What's the matter? Wu Hen asked, looking at Mr. Daheng with a cold expression. Mr. Daheng said indifferently, a friend will come later. Let's meet. Wu Hen sneered. Someone who joined the Repose Palace? Mr. Daheng did not answer. Lord Gon said, it's the primordial space's Master Lu. Wu Hen was surprised. Lu Yin. Lord Gon nodded. Wu Hen looked at Mr. Daheng. You dare to provoke him? Mr. Daheng frowned. Just watch. Wu Hen and Qin Lu were the same. They were both forced to join the Repose Palace. They were both afraid and resentful of Mr. Daheng. On the other hand, Lord Gon joined willingly. Their attitudes towards Mr. Daheng were completely different. Lord Gon did not know about the relationship between Wu Hen and Qin Lu. Wu Hen looked at Mr. Daheng deeply and stood quietly in place. Soon Lu Yin led everyone to the wood spacetime. They did not hide their arrival. Leng Qing was full of killing intent. Although Elder Chan was calm, his progenitor power was released and spread to the wood spacetime. The most overbearing was Big Sister. As soon as she appeared in the wood spacetime, her uncontrollable dark purple power seemed to explode the universe. She threw a huge rock in the calm wood spacetime, shocking all the powerhouses in the wood spacetime. Mu Shen suddenly opened his eyes. Nether progenitor? Mu Shen raised his head and held the hilt of his sword. This power was not weak. In the Repose Palace, Mr. Daheng's face changed. Who is this power? He had never felt it before. Big Sister looked at the Repose Palace. Found it. Little Seven, let's go. Lu Yin smiled. Let's go. The wood spacetime was huge, but for an progenitor, especially one like Big Sister who had mastered the power of laws, it was easy to reach. Looking at Big Sister and the others in the starry sky, Mr. Daheng's face changed. He felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Behind him, Wu Hen was stunned. Mansion Master Gon's face was pale. Where did so many powerhouses come from? Lu Yin looked down at Mr. Daheng and the others. Qin Lu, I've brought you here. Where's the caged WM? Qin Lu was bewildered. He did not know that he was going to meet Mr. Daheng. What did Lu Yin mean? Was he going to hand him over to Mr. Daheng? No matter how he looked at it, he was looking for trouble. Although he was still afraid of Mr. Daheng, Qin Lu had seen the strength of the Above Heavens sect and experienced the battle when the Eternals invaded the Above Heavens sect. Qin Lu was much calmer. If the Above Heavens sect could not protect him, who else in the human domain could? Although Lu Yin was a half-ancestor, he could be considered the strongest backer of the entire human race. Mr. Daheng looked up at Lu Yin and the others. His face darkened. Master Lu, what do you mean by this? Lu Yin sneered. Didn't you want to make a deal with me? Qin Lu is here. Bring the caged WM out. Mr. Daheng gritted his teeth. Master Lu doesn't seem to be here to make a deal. He seems to be looking for trouble. Lu Yin laughed. You captured my mount and threatened me. You're saying that I'm looking for trouble? I think you're tired of living. Big Sister took a step forward. What nonsense are you spouting? I haven't even made a move since I recovered my strength. That guy down there is obviously a hypocrite. Die for me. As she spoke, she pointed a finger, and the dark purple netherworld energy transformed into a shocking hammer that smashed down. Mr. Daheng was furious. Master Lu, are you going to war with the wood spacetime? You're not qualified to represent the wood spacetime. Lu Yin shouted and waved his hand. Chapter 2860. Elder Chan, Leng Qing and Qin Lu surrounded the palace from 3 different directions. The 4 progenitors attacked in unison, intending to use their power to suppress others. The Above Heavens had the strength to do so. Mr. Daheng hurriedly intervened. Wu Hen Gon attack. Wu Hen trembled as progenitors attacked from all directions. Qin Li's side was the weakest, but the attacks from the other directions made his scalp tingle. Even if Mr. Daheng blocked the most terrifying woman, the others were not easy to deal with. Gon shouted, "Master Lu, it's all a misunderstanding." Lu Yin did not care as he calmly watched with his hands behind his back. Big Sis's hammer, Leng Qing's blade, Qin Li's arrow and Elder Chan's battle technique. It was a palm technique that carried a terrifying pressure that shattered the void. Mr. Daheng raised his arm and viciously chopped down, splitting the hammer in two. Lu Yin was surprised and opened his heaven's eye to see sequence particles. Mr. Daheng was also someone who had grasped sequence laws, but Lu Yin could not immediately see through his own sequence laws. Wu Hen revealed his ancestral world, which was a wooden umbrella that covered the sky. A green light descended to block Qin Lu and Elder Chan. Lord Gon did not even have time to react before Leng Qing's blade slashed through him. If Lu Yin had not instructed them not to heavily injure Lord Gon, this attack would not have been so simple. However, Lord Gon was not injured and managed to dodge the attack with his own strength, even if it looked like he barely managed to do so. There was indeed a gap between the Six Direction Association's progenitors and the Primal Space's progenitors. The Primal Space's progenitors had experienced too many tribulations, and once they reached the progenitor realm, their strength would far surpass that of ordinary progenitors. Wu Hen was not as lucky as Lord Gon. Although the green light had blocked Elder Chan's palm, Qin Li's arrow had pierced through his arm and forced him to retreat. There was an earth-shattering collision as the 7 progenitors attacked at the same time, affecting the wood dimension and causing the trees that filled the entire dimension to sway. Big Sis looked at Mr. Daheng. "I want to see what laws you've grasped." As she spoke, a blood lotus slowly descended and floated towards Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng's eyes narrowed. The blood lotus definitely contained Big Sis's sequence laws, and this was the time to compete. Daheng's face darkened. These lunatics had started the battle without a word and did not even give him a chance to finish his words. "Master Lu, are you really going to fight to the death?" Lu Yin proudly, "Fight? Are you worthy?" Big Sister pressed down with her palm. The blood lotus rotated and pressed down on Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng raised his hand. Just as the blood lotus was about to crush him, he suddenly stopped. Big Sister was surprised. "So that's how it is." Interesting. "Unfortunately, it's still too weak." Mr. Daheng dodged to the side and slashed at Big Sister. The entire void was split into two. Even though he didn't have the sharpness of a blade, the might of his blade was even more terrifying than Leng Qing's. Leng Qing stared at the scene. This was not a slash. Lu Yin saw a strand of sequence law extend from Mr. Daheng's arm towards Big Sis. Mr. Daheng had used sequence law to sever the void. Big Sister had no intention of dodging. In front of her, numerous Ming flowers bloomed, blocking Mr. Daheng's slash. Lightness. The law you have mastered is lightness. Mr. Daheng was overwhelmed with shock. Where did this monster come from? She was able to see through the laws he had grasped with a single glance and easily blocked his attack. This woman was definitely a terrifying expert. Why hadn't she appeared before? Big Sister looked down at Mr. Daheng. "You dare to negotiate with my above heaven sect? You must be tired of living." The severed void bloomed with Ming flowers and continued to advance. Lu Yin could clearly see with his heaven's eye that Big Sister's sequence particles were crazily crushing Mr. Daheng's sequence particles. The two were not even on the same level. Big Sister had been the ancestor of the Netherworld during the above heaven sect's most glorious era. Even a Dao Lord had treated her as an honored guest, and she had played a huge role in the Third Mainland's war. Mr. Daheng might not even have been born at that time. Mr. Daheng spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated continuously. Ming flowers blotted out the sky in front of him. At that moment the shattered trees trembled and a sigh sounded out. "Netherworld, for my sake, let him off this time." The Ming flowers stopped and Big Sister looked to the right. Lu Yin and the others looked over and saw the master of wood spacetime, the wood god. Mr. Daheng coughed up another mouthful of blood and clutched his chest. He faced the wood god and bowed. "Greetings, wood god." When Wu Hen and Manor Head Gon saw the wood god appear, they both relaxed and bowed. "Greetings, wood god." The wood god approached until he was not too far away from Big Sister and Lu Yin. He stared at Big Sister. "Long time no see, Netherworld." Big Sister looked at the wood god. "It hasn't been that long. I woke up in this era through the river of time. I'm not as old as you." Lu Yin glanced at Big Sister. This was an acquaintance. The wood god smiled bitterly. You're still the same. Big sister snorted and retracted her hand, causing all the Ming flowers to vanish. This brat dared to offend the above heaven sect, and the current sect master ordered me to teach him a lesson. Wood God, do you have any objections? The wood god laughed and looked at Lu Yin. He nodded. Master Lu, we meet again. Lu Yin and the wood god exchanged glances. Ancestor Lu Yuan had gone to the Six Paths Society to prepare to take revenge on the everlasting tribe with the Grand Empyreans. The wood god should have gone as well. Since he was here, it meant that the final battle would not begin so soon. We meet again, wood god. Although we did not interact during the tea party, we can be considered acquaintances. The wood god asked, for my sake, can Master Lu let him off? Lu Yin did not speak to the wood god as a junior. He was now the master of the primordial space, and in terms of status he was equal to the wood god. This person dared to use the hellworm to threaten me. If I let him off, what will the Six Paths Society think of me? Will I still have any dignity in the Six Paths Society in the future? The wood god smiled. That makes sense. What does Master Lu want? Lu Yin looked down at Mr. Daheng. Where is the hellworm? Mr. Daheng's face paled. He had heard the conversation between Lu Yin and the wood god and knew that he was unlucky to have provoked someone he should not have. In fact, he had not intended to provoke Lu Yin. He had only wanted to use the hellworm to lure Lu Yin over and then use other conditions to exchange for Chen Lu. From the start, he had never intended to be enemies with Lu Yin, and this exchange could not even be considered a transaction. Who would have thought that he would not even have the time to speak? Moreover, this person was too overbearing and tyrannical. He had directly attacked without giving him a chance to explain. But no matter what, the result was already like this. He did not have the qualifications to debate with Lu Yin. I have placed the hellworm in a parallel universe that only I know of. I will bring it to Master Lu, Mr. Daheng said in a low voice. Lu Yin looked down. That's it? For you, my above the sky sect sent so many people and even attracted the wood god. If the everlasting tribe ambushes the above the sky sect now, who will be responsible for this? For you, I have taken a great risk. Mr. Daheng's face twitched. What did this have to do with him? He was not looking for a beating on purpose. The wood god glanced at Lu Yin. This person was exactly the same as Lu Yuan. They were both so unreasonable. Mr. Daheng sighed and felt very sullen. Here is a wood space-time resource. I will give it to Master Lu. If you convert it to star essence from the reincarnation space-time, it will be worth 1 trillion star essence. Consider it compensation for Master Lu's loss. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This person seemed to have understood him and knew that he loved resources. Generally speaking, progenitors would not value resources like these, but Lu Yin was an exception. This was something that everyone in the starter space knew, and Mr. Daheng had paid the right price. The hellworm was quickly brought over. The wood god invited Big Sis for a chat and she agreed. Lu Yin then left and returned to the above the sky sect. After Lu Yin's group left, Mr. Daheng's face turned gloomy. His original elegance had completely disappeared, and his eyes were now filled with killing intent. This child from the Lu family had humiliated him and he would definitely take revenge. Manor Lord Gon wanted to say something but he hesitated. Wu Hen relaxed. If the wood god had come just a little later, we would have all suffered. When Lord Gon heard this, he could not help but say, Lu Yin would not have the guts to kill us unless he wanted to start a war. Even if he did, the Grand Empyreans would not agree. Wu Hen sneered. Although I did not attend the tea party, I know what happened. 2 people from the Lu family cursed at the Grand Empyreans. Do you think that the Grand Empyreans can control the Lu family? If the Grand Empyreans can't control them, then let Luo Shan do it, Mr. Daheng said coldly. Wu Hen and Lord Gon were both confused. Luo Shan? He was just the space-time master, one of the 3 past sovereigns. No matter how powerful he was, he could not surpass the Wood God, Void Master and the others, let alone the Grand Empyreans. What right did he have to control them? Mr. Daheng clenched his fists. Luo Shan hates the starter space and this child from the Lu family will not let him off. I originally wanted to tell him Luo Shan's secret, but he was too arrogant and attacked me directly. Since that's the case, I'll let Luo Shan teach him a lesson. If he dares to underestimate Luo Shan, then he's dead. Wu Hen and Lord Gon exchanged glances. They had not paid much attention to Luo Shan, but now it seemed that this Luo Shan was not simple. After breaking through to the half-ancestor realm during the tea party, He had fought against divinity Xiaoyin. Even an ordinary powerhouse would not be able to kill him, so how could Luo Shan do it? Mr. Daheng did not say anything else. He would return today's humiliation double in the future. Wu Hen's eyes flashed as he watched Mr. Daheng's departing figure. Just as Lu Yin had guessed, the battle at the Hall of Freedom had shocked the six directions. Although Lu Yin's performance at the tea party was extraordinary, and ancestor Lu Yuan had cursed at the Grand Empyreans in front of everyone, that was still a tea party. Those who knew about it did not dare to spread the news for fear of being punished by the Grand Empyreans. By now many people knew that the starter space was powerful, but they did not know exactly how powerful it was. It was only when 4 ancestors appeared in the Heavens sect to threaten the Hall of Freedom that those who did not know about the Six Directions Society had a deeper understanding of the Heavens sect. The Hall of Freedom was not famous, but Mr. Daheng was. Many people thought that he was a powerhouse in the wood spacetime, second only to Wood God. He was equivalent to Su Wuwei's status in the Void God spacetime, and his reputation far surpassed Mu Chao's. Such a character could be considered one of the strongest in the Six Directions Society, but he was forced to admit his mistake by Lu Yin. Lu Yin had achieved his goal. Did Lu Yin really think that anyone could negotiate with him? The current above heaven had changed, and so had he. He no longer needed to fear anyone, and he no longer needed to compromise with anyone. He no longer needed to address everyone as his senior. He could respect those who had contributed greatly to the human race, but he would not respect others based on their cultivation. He respected virtue, not age. Chapter 2861. When the ancestral turtle saw that the Helldrake had returned, it immediately retracted its head into its shell. This time the Helldrake was not as arrogant and did not dare to bare its fangs. It had been reprimanded by Lu Yin. During the tea party it had been too embarrassing. When Lu Yin had asked it to bite the zombie god, it had tried its best to retreat. When Lu Yin underwent his tribulation, it had disappeared. Useless thing. The Helldrake did not dare to talk back to Lu Yin. It could only bend its claws to show that it understood. Lu Yin could not do anything about this stupid thing. To be honest, if the Helldrake's mind had not been struck by lightning, it would have been very strong. Even the Forgotten Ruins deity had said that this guy's defense was very strong. That was right, it had been struck by the Lightning Lord. Being able to survive after being struck by the Lightning Lord spoke volumes. How is it, little seven? Big sister has made you proud this time. Big sister was pleased and looked like she was waiting for praise. Lu Yin hurriedly flattered her, and Big Sis was very pleased. Call me Big Sister next time. I'll help you do it properly. Whoever doesn't give me face will be punished. Big Sister patted her chest, and Chen Lu and the others quickly turned around. Lu Yin struck while the iron was hot. Big Sister, there will be a tough battle soon. Big Sister was interested. Who is it this time? Divinity Sheng. Big Sister's face sank. The one who instigated the Grand Empyreans to banish the Lu family, slandered you as a spy, and attacked you during the tea party? Lu Yin nodded. Big Sister's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. You have to bring me along. Lu Yin's heart warmed. Don't worry, Big Sister. Even if you don't want to go, I will drag you along. I can't beat him. Big Sister left. Lung Qing and Elder Chan returned to the Above Heaven sect. In the end, only Chen Lu and Lu Yin remained in space. What do you want to say? Lu Yin looked at Chen Lu. Chen Lu respectfully asked, Pathmaster, what about Mr. Daheng? Lu Yin said, he captured the Helldrake and threatened me to send you to the Repose Palace. Chen Lu did not understand. That landscape painting stone is already in Lord Luo's hands. Why is he still targeting me? This was something that Lu Yin found strange as well. Mr. Daheng should not care about Chen Lu. If he wanted to find out who had removed Chen Li's seal back then, it would not make sense for him to break through to the ancestral realm. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was the Above Heaven. If that was the case, why would he still want Chen Lu? Lu Yin looked at Chen Lu with a dangerous gaze. Are you hiding something from me? Chen Lu was greatly shocked and hurriedly bowed. Absolutely not, Daoist Master, please be at ease. If there is anything that is hidden from Daoist Master, this subordinate is willing to die without a burial place, and his cultivation will never be able to advance an inch for the rest of his life. Lu Yin frowned. This was strange. What did Mr. Daheng want Chen Lu for? On this day news came from the endless battlefield. The great Empyrean old ancestor Lu Yuan Void Master Wood Deity, and the others had engaged in a fierce battle with the Eternals, causing several parallel time spaces to collapse. Countless Six Directions Guild cultivators had to flee, and even Ancestor Realm experts had to avoid the battle. The Six Paths gang and the Eternals had engaged in a decisive battle. When Lu Yin received the news, he knew that it was time. He had thought that it would take some time, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon. The Rotting God universe was not close to the parallel universe of the Endless Battlefield, so there was no need to worry about being affected by that kind of battle. He immediately contacted Big Sis and told her that it was time to go to the Rotting God universe. This time he would bring Big Sis, Ling Qing, Chen Lu and Wang Jian with him. The rest would stay in the Genesis space. Wang Jian was an ancestor of the Wang family, and he had never dreamed that Lu Yin would come to visit him. When Lu Yin came looking for him, there was nothing he could do about it. This was an order from the Lu family. In Lu Tiany's words, it was to protect the young master. Wang Jian was sullen. He had actually become a Dao protector, but he had no right to refuse the Lu family. Qinlu didn't want to go either. That was the endless battlefield, and only those who understood it would know how terrifying it was. However, he also had no room to refuse. When Big Sis arrived, Lu Yin rode on the prison WM and said in high spirits, "Let's go to the reincarnation time space." Inside and outside the Above Heavens sect, countless people looked on with envy and reverence. Farewell, Daoist master. Farewell, Daoist master. Tuo Lin's eyes lit up. He had been waiting outside the Above Heavens sect for several months, and he still had to wait. He didn't know how long he would have to wait, but this was his chance. If he lost it, he would forever be an ordinary person. No matter how long it would take, he had to wait. At the bottom of the stairway, he ran, looked up and snorted. How long had it been? This Lu Yin actually didn't have any other thoughts. Could it be that her charm had decreased? As she thought about it, she leaned against the cauldron and a branch stretched out and rubbed her face. He ran, looked into the cauldron, and the green leaves of the sapling glowed happily. She felt much better. I don't believe that you can hold back. But in the previous battle, my existence should have been exposed. There are also people from the Six Direction Association here. Hyperspace should know. Will Dimensional Master come to save me? He ran, muttered to herself. This trip was considered the first official battle of the Above Heaven Sect's expedition. Other than Yi Xing and Lu Yin, no one knew that their destination was the Rotting God time space. Even Yi Xing was only known to a few people. Lu Yin didn't go directly to the endless battlefield. He wanted to find a road sign. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find the Rotting God time space even if he went to the endless battlefield. In the reincarnation time space, the prison WIRM roared. The Above Heaven sect had arrived. Lu Yin looked into the distance. They were here again. The reincarnation time space. Just like in the wood time space, Big Sis wantonly erupted with the power of the underworld and spread it throughout the reincarnation time space. Many powerhouses in the reincarnation time space looked over and their expressions changed. Jiutian Shidi had recovered, but Evergreen Saint, who had once guarded the gate of heaven, had died. He was the first progenitor to die in the Tea Party battle. The prison WRM headed towards the Void Imperfection realm. That was the border battlefield of the reincarnation time space. Lu Yin had been there once and seen the sanctified saint's grief there, which had shocked him greatly. The Grand Empyrean could bestow the power of the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages, but it could also be taken back at any time. The reason why the Shaoyin divinity had gone to the Rotting God time space was because his power had been taken back by the Grand Empyrean, and he needed to cultivate again. Now, perhaps because of his countless years of accumulation, he could still control the sequence laws. However, he had lost his progenitor cultivation, and his use of the sequence laws would be far inferior to before. Lu Yin also wanted to go to the Rotting God time space to see how strong the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages were after their powers had been taken away by the Grand Empyrean. That way he could determine the strength of the reincarnation time space. The prison WRM rampaged all the way towards the Void Imperfection realm. Along the way, countless cultivators in the reincarnation time space were stunned. No one had ever dared to be so arrogant in the reincarnation time space. The unbridled power continued to oppress many cultivators. The prison WRM also began to roar under Lu Yin's tacit approval, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as if to regain the dignity it had lost before. In a corner of the reincarnation time space, the sacrificial saint opened his eyes. Is the glory of the origin space about to appear again? The entire reincarnation time-space seemed to tremble under the prison WRM's roar and the spread of the netherworld's power. Lu Yin unscrupulously declared the power of the heavens. The power of the sect. In the void imperfection realm, the Bao Saint turned back with a grave expression. Not far away by Xianxia and ancestor Gui Yuan were all there. They looked at each other and had a bad premonition. Not long after, the prison WRM's huge body appeared, bringing with it a gust of wind that overturned many cultivators in the reincarnation time-space. Many cultivators in the reincarnation time-space were angry but did not dare to speak. They all looked at the huge prison WRM in shock. This was the first time the prison WRM had completely revealed its body in the six-way meeting. Its huge body carried a terrifying pressure. As long as it was not stupid, it was quite a deterrent. When they first met in the void imperfection realm, they looked at the prison WRM from afar. Now he had changed. He had become cold and indifferent, and his gaze was no longer arrogant. He no longer pursued perfection, and there was no such thing as invincibility. He would climb up from the bottom one step at a time. One day he would be able to challenge that person again. Lu Yin and the others sat on the prison WRM's back and looked down at the battlefield of the void imperfection realm. The void imperfection realm was a wall that rolled up the reincarnation time-space, blocking the Eternals outside. Sitting on the prison WRM's back, they could see the entire battlefield of the void imperfection realm. Naturally, they also saw Bai Xing and the others. Lu Yin's lips curled up. An unexpected gain. Wang Jian saw Bai Xing and the others and smiled bitterly. These people were actually here. They were just unlucky. He looked at Ancestor Gui Yuan. It was clearly Ancestor Wang Fan's life shadow. Why didn't the Ancestor take it back? The four-way scales were gone, and they did not need to take on the responsibility of defending the six-way meeting. The Bao Saint took a step forward and walked in front of the prison WM. He was very polite. Master Lu, what brings you to the void imperfection realm? Before Lu Yin could speak, the prison WM opened its mouth and roared. The Bao Saint frowned. As one of the 3 reverends and 9 sages, no one in the six-way meeting had ever been so rude to him. Even Void Master and the other masters of parallel spacetime would not be so rude to him. Although he was dissatisfied, he could only endure in front of Lu Yin. During the Battle of the Tea Party, the 7 sky gods had been completely destroyed by Lu Yin. The Bao Saint did not have the confidence to defeat Lu Yin when he had first met him. Moreover, Lu Yin was now a half-step ancestor, and his inner worlds were incomprehensible. This person could fight against the Shaoyin divinity. Moreover, he had heard that the unrestrained hall was being suppressed by the above heaven sect. This Lu Yin did not seem to be as humble as before. Find me the forest orchid spacetime's road sign. Lu Yin was indifferent. The Bao Saint was puzzled. Master Lu wants to go to the endless battlefield? Just find it. Lu Yin did not say anything else. His gaze swept past the Bao Saint and looked at Bai Xing, Xiaozhen and Ancestor Gui Yuan. All of you come here. Bai Xing and the others looked at each other, and then they headed out of the void imperfection realm without hesitation. What a joke. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went there now? Lu Yin's eyes widened and he was about to ask Big Sis to help when the Bao Saint hurriedly said, Master Lu, this is the void imperfection realm, the front line of the battle between the humans and the Eternals. Everyone is watching. There were too many cultivators fighting against the Eternals in the void imperfection realm. No matter which parallel spacetime it was, there was no shortage of people who would fight to the death for the humans. These people were hot-blooded and fearless, and they were willing to die for the humans. These people deserved everyone's respect. Lu Yin could ignore the Bao Saint, the reincarnation spacetime and even the Grand Empyreans, but he could not ignore these people. They knew that their chances of survival were slim, but they still came. It was not that they did not fear death, but they had no choice. Who did not have siblings? Who did not have parents? Every death represented a family's pain, and this pain should be remembered in history. Chapter 2862. Lu Yin suppressed his urge to attack and stared coldly outside the void imperfection realm. If the Lu family's exile has nothing to do with you, you can return to the origin space for questioning. I will not make things difficult for you, but if you insist on not returning to the origin space, I will assume that you have a part in the Lu family's exile. What awaits you is betrayal. He then stared at Ancestor Gui Yuan. Wang Fan, I will make sure you die without a burial place. No matter how big the Six Directions Society is, it won't be able to protect you. Ancestor Gui Yuan did not speak, but his eyes flickered. He saw that Wang Jian was also riding on the caged WM, and the four-way balance was gone. Bai Sheng and Xia Zhen exchanged glances. The Lu family's exile had nothing to do with them. They had not returned to help defend against the Six Directions Society, but also because they were unsure of the Lu family's attitude. No one wanted to die, and they were the same. The Lu family was overbearing, and it would be tragic if they killed them and then appointed a new leader. Xia Zhen was dissatisfied with the Xia family, but she did not want to risk her own life by returning. She was not clear about the relationship between Xia Shenji and Lu Yin. Now that Lu Yin had made his stance clear, they should consider it. Big Sis snorted. Let me deal with them. Lu Yin whispered, Sis, this is not a good place. He wanted to deal with them all as well. The Grand Empyreans had shielded ancestor Lu Yuan, the traitor madman Lu by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. He wanted to collect his debts one by one. Now he had the confidence to say that even the Grand Empyreans would have to pay the price. But now was not the time. Bao Sage was afraid that Lu Yin and the others would attack Bai Xing and the others, so he quickly sent someone to bring the road sign to the Forest Orchid spacetime. The road sign was a woman who had originally been in the Void God spacetime. Her mission was to bring people from the Void God spacetime to the Forest Orchid spacetime, but she had been temporarily brought to the Void Imperfection realm. Coincidentally, Zhou Xian was among the people heading to the Forest Orchid spacetime. Because of Lu Yin's interference, Zhou Xian's group had been delayed. This lowly one is the road sign of the Forest Orchid spacetime. Greetings, Master Lu. The woman was very nervous. Her voice trembled in front of so many big shots, especially the caged WM. Take us to the Forest Orchid spacetime. Yes, sir. Soon Lu Yin's group was brought to the Forest Orchid spacetime in the endless battlefield. After they left, Bao Saint heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure was too great. There were many Extreme Realm experts in this heaven sect, and 4 of them had come out at random. Including Master Lu and Prison Dragon, there were 6 Extreme Realm experts. Moreover, there were even more Extreme Realm experts in the origin space. The sky of the Six Directions Society had truly changed. The Forest Orchid spacetime is separated from the Rotting God spacetime by 4 parallel spacetimes. Lu Yin didn't want to be targeted by the Eternals. They would know that they had gone to reinforce the Rotting God dimension, so he had no choice but to go to the Forest Orchid dimension. Limitless, Bodhi Saint received the news from Bao Saint and was surprised. Master Lu and his group of 6 powerhouses went to Forest Orchid dimension? What are they doing in the Forest Orchid spacetime? Now that the Grand Empyreans and the other masters of parallel universes were fighting the Eternals, the boundless battlefield had been torn apart. Several parallel universes had collapsed, and Master Lu and the others were leaving. Where were they going? Immediately investigate the whereabouts of Lord Lu's group. Bodhi Sage ordered. Soon a woman reported, I have found that Master Lu and his party are in Bo Rue spacetime at the moment. Bodhi Saint was shocked. How long had it been? They had already gone from Forest Orchid dimension to Bo Rue spacetime. In the Bo Rue spacetime of the boundless battlefield, Lu Yin sat on the back of caged WM and looked at the falling stars in front of him. This was Bo Rue spacetime? Back then Wendy Yushan had been left here by Divine Sovereign Shaoyin. At that time he had thought that she would come, but Wendy Yushan had escaped by herself. He hadn't expected that she would come now, but it was completely different from that time. At that time he had been forced by Divine Sovereign Shaoyin and had no choice but to come. Now he had come to kill Divine Sovereign Shaoyin. Bo Rue spacetime was just an ordinary parallel universe with no powerhouses. At most there were only half progenitors. The next parallel universe was different. In the boundless battlefield, every 3 parallel universes had one that was difficult to deal with. There were almost certainly progenitor powerhouses such as De Shurkong and the Dark Spacetime. If one wanted to go from Forest Orchid dimension to Rotting God dimension, the fastest route was Bo Rue spacetime, Gord spacetime, Lu spacetime, and finally Rotting God dimension. Of these 4 parallel universes, the Gord spacetime was recognized as the most difficult one to deal with. It was ranked in the top 10 in the entire boundless battlefield. They had to cross the Gord spacetime to reach the Rotting God spacetime. Yi Xing hoped that Lu Yin and the others would directly enter the Rotting God spacetime through the road signs, But Lu Yin didn't want to be schemed against by the Eternals and would rather spend some effort. No matter how difficult the gourd spacetime was to deal with, their group of 6 progenitors was enough to sweep through it. In Limitless, Bodhi Saint stared at the Grand Empyrean's battlefield while keeping an eye on Lu Yin and the others. They were about to enter the gourd spacetime. Information from the gourd spacetime. Wendy Yushan looked up. Reporting there are currently 4 powerhouses clashing in the gourd spacetime. Our 6 Direction Association has Peachwood Person and Xianxia. The Eternals have 2 progenitor corpse kings. One of them has been clashing with Peachwood Person for thousands of years, and the other has just joined and can use the red pupil transformation. It is this corpse king who joined later that suppressed Peachwood Person and Xianxia. The situation in the gourd spacetime is not good. Bodhi Saint immediately ordered, find a way to send this information to Master Lu and ask him to support Peachwood Person and Xianxia. Yes. The Hellworm traversed through platinum-sharp spacetime without encountering any obstacles. On the battlefield, Elder Chan took action and easily cleared out one battlefield after another, causing platinum-sharp spacetime to almost turn green. If not for the lack of time with Lu Yin's tyrannical strength, they would have been able to turn the endless battlefield's many parallel spacetimes green, as long as they did not encounter monsters at the level of the 7 sky gods. After passing through platinum-sharp spacetime, the group rushed into the gourd spacetime. In an instant, everyone's bodies were covered by a gourd-shaped materialized power, which looked rather strange. Lu Yin stared blankly. Was this the origin of the gourd spacetime? Elder Chan and Big Sis were stunned. What was this? The Hellworm was covered in a huge flat gourd, and his eyes widened as he looked left and right in amazement. Big Sis frowned as this shape was a little embarrassing. She immediately used netherworld energy to shatter it. The entire gourd spacetime trembled and let out a low rumble. Chenlu was shocked. Senior, don't move. Big Sis looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. Are you talking about me? Chenli's face paled. Senior, this is the special characteristic of the gourd spacetime. Anyone who comes here will be covered in a gourd, and the method of battle is to clash with the gourd. Nonsense, can't I tell? Big Sis was dissatisfied. Chenli carefully said, Lord Luo once told me that the Void Master wanted to shatter the gourd the first time he came, but it caused a huge change in the gourd spacetime. He said that if you don't want the gourd spacetime to completely collapse, then don't shatter the gourd. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Big Sis, is this a law? Big Sis snorted and looked up at the sky. I don't know what kind of person has such a bad taste, but he actually forced the law to coexist in the sky. Fortunately, this spacetime is not big, or else he would have been unlucky. I can shatter this gourd, but the result is shattering the gourd spacetime. Breaking the gourd is equivalent to breaking that person's law, and it will implicate the entire gourd spacetime. How disgusting. Lu Yin looked at Chenlu. Chenlu said, Legend has it that this spacetime is like this because of the gourd spirit. Lu Yin looked at Big Sis and asked, How strong is this gourd spirit? Big Sis said, About the same as me. Lu Yin nodded. To be able to coexist with the law of spacetime, such a powerhouse was clearly much stronger than Divinity Shaoyin. Old Monster Mo had completely changed the dark spacetime with the law of darkness, and he was also stronger than Divinity Shaoyin. Regardless of this gourd spirit, this person was already dead. Lu Yin patted the prison drake. Scope. The prison drake was uncomfortable with being trapped in a flat gourd, and it looked like an idiot. However, there was nothing it could do as it could not break the law. At this time, the cloud connection stone vibrated. After entering the 6 Direction Association, most people used the cloud connection stone, and Lu Yin also brought it along for easier communication. In the starry sky of the Tree of Stars, Wireless Goo had replaced the cloud connection stone. Now that the primordial space had become one of the 6 Direction Associations, the various parallel spacetimes of the 6 Direction Association were also seeking to cooperate with the primordial space. Wireless Goo was one of the products they were interested in. It was just that it had not been popularized yet. Is this Master Lu? Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. The gourd spacetime is in danger. Please help us, Master Lu. It's at the center of the gourd spacetime. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What danger? Senior Mu Tao and Senior Xianxia of my 6 Direction Association are fighting against an eternal corpse king. One of the corpse kings can use Red Eye's transformation to make the gourd extremely hard. The two seniors can only circle around and cannot fight it head-on. They won't be able to hold on for long and there is no one around to help them. Lu Yin put down the cloud connection stone, found a direction and had the prison drake rush over. He did not know who Mu Tao was, but he was familiar with Xianxia, who was a good senior. Moreover, he had a good relationship with the Void God space dimension, so it was only right for him to help senior Xianxia. Far away from the prison drake at the center of the gourd, Mu Tao was panting heavily, her mustache red with blood dripping down. The peachwood sword in her hand was broken, and there were only a few peaches left in the ancestral world. On the other side, Xianxia was also not in a good condition, his mustache also stained with blood. In front of him the elephant wall was stuck to the gourd. "Longbeard, how are you?" Mu Tao asked while panting, staring at the corpse king with a sea of blood in front of her. Xianxia smiled bitterly. "Mustache, we're in trouble this time, we can't hold on." He stared at the red-eyed corpse king in the distance. The gourd on its body was clearly much harder than theirs and their gourds were already cracking. Once the gourd broke they would die for sure. Mu Tao was helpless. "Wu Li already knew about our situation but no one came to help. It seems that the other battlefields are not faring well either." During the tea party the Eternals invaded. The Endless Battlefield, the Six Direction Association, and even the Outer Realms are all experiencing war. The Eternals attacked like crazy, and we're lucky that we didn't face the captain of the True God Guard. "Lucky my ass, will still die." The two of them didn't say anything about leaving. They would rather die in battle here than flee. This was their responsibility. If not for this, how could the humans have fought the Eternals for so long? Chapter 2863. It looks like we will also become old friends of the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Xianxia bitterly smiled. In front, the corpse king suddenly rushed over. Mu Tao gritted her teeth. "No matter what, let's deal with them first. Even if we die, we have to delay them for a while longer. Hopefully, there will be a breakthrough in the battle over there." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them looked in the same direction. The zombie king that was originally charging towards them also looked over. In the distance, an incomparably huge flat gourd rushed over and crashed straight into the corpse king. If it was just a flat gourd, it would be fine. There was no lack of starry sky behemoths in the gourd spacetime, but they were basically flat gourds. What caught their attention were the several gourds on the flat gourd. One of the gourds made their eyelids twitch. It was a dark purple gourd that was overflowing with light. Mu Tao, who had been fighting in the gourd universe for many years, could see the strength of the gourd at a glance. He had only seen this kind of gourd in the Three Venerables and the absolute top powerhouses in the parallel universe, such as Mu Qing from the Wood universe, Mr. Daheng and Su Wuwei from the Nihility God universe. Which expert was this? The flat gourd smashed towards the corpse king as the prison dragon roared. Xianxia and Mu Tao saw who it was. Master Lu. The prison flood dragon slammed into the corpse king, but the corpse king did not retreat and slammed into it as well. There was a loud bang. The void exploded. The collision between the two gourds created a huge force that tore the void apart. Even the Forgotten Ruins god had praised the hellworm's body for its toughness. During the tea party, even though the hellworm had been rather cowardly, it had still collided with the corpse king when Lu Yin had thrown it at the corpse god. If that had been fine, then this corpse king would definitely be fine. Although the prison flood dragon was stupid, it was very sensitive to danger. It definitely didn't dare to get close to the zombie god, but anyone who dared to get close to it was a sign that they weren't afraid. The prison flood dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged towards the corpse king once again. The corpse king's eyes were ferocious as he charged forward as well. Bang bang bang. After several collisions, the prison flood dragon shook its head and continued. Lu Yin frowned. "There's no time to waste." As he spoke, he leaped down and unleashed his boundless inner world. The threads fused into the gourd and Lu Yin raised a hand and pressed it against the gourd. His palm unleashed imperishable battle force and sealed the gourd with 50 punches. With a loud bang, the corpse king gourd cracked open. If Lu Yin used all of his power, he would be able to fight the captain of the True God Guard, Zhong Pan. Now he did not need to use all of his power to suppress the corpse king in front of him. Although this corpse king had the physical strength of a Red Eyes transformation, it was still too weak compared to a mid-plate and could not stop Lu Yin at all. The prison flood dragon charged out again. The gourd shattered, and the corpse king tore through the void in an attempt to escape. Lu Yin was just about to intervene when Big Sis stopped him. There's no need. Half of the Corpse King's body rushed into the tear in the void. Just as he was about to leave, his body suddenly cracked open. The crack was exactly the same as the crack on the gourd. In the end, half of his body turned into a pool of blood. Only the other half rushed into the tear in the void. That half of his body was as good as dead. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was the law that the gourd ogre had set in this dimension. Once the gourd was broken, the creature inside would be broken as well. The rules could be played like this. Prison flood dragons stared at the female Corpse King, who quickly fled. Lu Yin mounted the hellworm and nodded at Zhou Xian and Mu Tao. He then directed the hellworm to charge out. The hellworm was even faster than the female Corpse King, and with a whistling sound, it crashed into the gourd. The hellworm's gourd was not as strong as the previous Corpse King, and it was instantly shattered. Zhou Xian and Mu Tao had yet to recover from their shock. That's it. It's over. We don't have to die. We saw the primordial space's strength at the tea party, and now we're seeing it again. The Six Direction Society is about to change. In Limitless, Bodhi Saint quickly received news that the crisis in the gourd had been resolved. She exhaled. The primordial space had only joined the Six Direction Society for a short period of time, and so many things had happened before that it had not been able to integrate with the Six Direction Society. Otherwise, once the primordial space's powerhouses joined the battlefield, the situation would not have turned out this way. After the Grand Empyrean battle, she had to let the primordial space send enough powerhouses to participate in the endless battlefield to reduce the pressure. She stared at the gourd space where Lu Yin was. From the forest orchid space to the platinum sharp space, and then to the gourd space, Master Lu's group had definitely advanced with a goal in mind. If the next space was the joy space, then the next would most likely be the rotting god space. Where exactly was his destination? Limitless had not received any information about the Shaoyin god space, and the Eternals could not have told it. Yixing also did not want the Six Direction Society to interfere. They treated the rotting god space as their own private territory, which was one of the reasons why they did not ask for help from the Six Direction Society. Yixing was a Bairong, and he was a powerhouse outside of the Six Direction Society. Like the Thunder Lord, they did not need to follow the Six Direction Society's arrangements. To a certain extent, they had their own ideas. The hellworm passed through the gourd space and arrived at the joy space. Then the next one was the rotten god universe. There was a strange parallel space in the endless battlefield called the rotting god. There were no humans or astral beasts in this space. There was only one type of life form, the rotting god. Using the eye as a medium, various rotting gods were born. It was very strange. These rotting gods had spirituality, their own habits, and various innate gifts. Among them, the most noteworthy was the spatial rotting god. Even ordinary progenitors would find it difficult to touch them. The rotting god space was not discovered by the Six Direction Society, but by Yixing. Yixing wanted to trade with the Six Direction Society. Using the rotting god space as a show of sincerity, Yixing pulled the rotting god space into the endless battlefield and obtained the right to trade with the Six Direction Society. Due to the existence of Yixing's branch, the rotting god space was not the most intense space in the endless battlefield. However, it was still coveted by the Eternals from time to time because the various rotting gods were too useful. Even the most basic tentacle rotting god could give birth to progenitors for the Eternals to use. However, because of their fear of Bairong, the Eternals did not attack the rotting god space too much. However, in recent years, Bairong had been in seclusion and did not come out. There were rumors in the outside world that Bairong was dead. The Eternals attacked the rotting god space more and more frequently until the Shaoyin god betrayed them and exposed his identity as a spy. Under his leadership, the Eternals completely let go of their power and directly drove Yixing away to occupy the rotting god space. Because the rotting god space was brought here by Yixing, the Six Direction Society did not establish a place to gather information. Therefore, the Six Direction Society did not know what happened here. In a corner of the rotting god space there was a Yixing branch. It was a pagoda-shaped building surrounded by many spatial rotting gods, causing the pagoda-shaped building to appear and disappear from time to time. Inside the pagoda, Bitting, Bailan, Madame Nalan, and the others looked outside. They had been here for some time. In the outside world, the Shaoyin god space had taken control of most of the rotting god space, so it was easy for them to leave. Madame Nalan could come and go as she pleased. They had all left traces in this space, But if they were driven away, the rotting god space would become the territory of the Eternals. And these spatial rotting gods had nothing to do with them. When will the people from above heaven arrive? Bidding stood by the window and looked into the distance, frowning. Beside him, Bylan looked at Madame Naylan. Madame Naylan replied, "They're already on the way." Bidding narrowed his eyes. "The Eternals are not easy to deal with, but we can only ask for help from above heaven. The Thunder Lord has no time to spare, and the masters of the Six Direction Society's parallel universes are fighting. The Shaoyin god space took advantage of this opportunity to attack us." "How hateful," Bylan said. "If Lord Byrone comes out of seclusion, he can kill them with a slap." "Lord Bidden, why don't we try contacting Lord Byrone?" someone suggested. Everyone looked at Bitting expectantly. Yi Xing's real trump card in Six Direction Society was Byrone. Byrone was an absolute powerhouse, even facing Grand Empyreans with ease. The Eternals were afraid of Byrone, so they did not attack the rotting god space, only appearing occasionally. As long as Byrone appeared, the Shaoyin god space would not dare to appear. Bidding said helplessly, "Master is in seclusion, it's hard to contact him, and..." He looked at everyone with a burning gaze. "Master has reached the peak of the human race. Once he succeeds in his seclusion, he might be able to take that legendary step and surpass everyone. At that time, the Eternals will not be a threat, but Master must have his reasons for not coming out." The others weren't as passionate as Bai Ting. They had heard such words too many times. At first they would imagine the future where Yi Xing would be above everyone, even the Six Direction Union and the Eternals. But as time passed, they lost their passion. The Eternals attacked the rotting god space without restraint. Didn't that mean something was wrong? Perhaps something had really happened to Lord Byrone. Madame Naylan had only joined recently, so she did not feel a sense of belonging to Yi Xing. She was only worried about Lu Yin, as there were many powerful Eternals outside. Outside Yi Xing's branch was a circle of spatial rotting gods, and even further away were the Eternal Corpse Kings. The Eternal Corpse Kings surrounded Yi Xing's branch. Shaoyin god space was nearby, and there were 4 progenitors around him. 2 of them were ordinary progenitor realm corpse kings. One of them was the captain of the True God Guards, Zhu Ji, the woman who had fought against Wuxia in the primordial space. The other was wrapped in a black robe that hid his face. "How much longer?" Shaoyin god space asked. Zhu Ji replied coldly, "Not much longer. The real threat is the spatial rotting god at the top of the tower. I'm trying my best to compress it, but it won't last much longer." "Is Byrone really dead?" the black-robed man asked in a low voice. Shaoyin god space clasped his hands behind his back. "Should be." The black-robed man replied, "Although I've never seen Byrone, I've heard of his legends. If he's not dead, then you and I will both die. We can't stop him. Byrone can fight against the 7 sky gods." When Yi Xing first appeared, the corpse god fought against Byrone many times, but they were evenly matched, Zhu Ji said. The black-robed man's voice grew even deeper. "He's also a monster." Suddenly they all looked in a certain direction. They felt an extraordinary aura. It was the power of a progenitor. Shaoyin god space and the others' expressions changed. A progenitor could not have appeared to help them. The only possibility was that Yi Xing had asked for help. But who could Yi Xing ask for help? Within the tower, Bidding god space also looked into the distance and was overjoyed. "They're here." Everyone looked in that direction. Chapter 2864. With a loud roar, the prison flood dragon appeared. The Shaoyin divine sovereign's pupils shrank as he gritted his teeth and growled, "Lu? Zhu Ji and the black-robed man were both staring into the distance. When the hellworm appeared, Lu Yin and the others naturally appeared in their sights. They didn't expect Yi Xing to ask for help from the Above Heaven sect. What was their relationship with the Above Heaven sect? Behind the hellworm, Lu Yin also saw Sovereign Shaoyin and the others. He raised his head and said, "Sis, don't let a single one of them escape. Kill them." Without wasting any time, the prison flood dragon charged towards Divine Venerable Shaoyin and the others and let out a violent roar. Big Sister waved her hand and the Ming flower bloomed. At the same time, the power of the netherworld formed a shocking hammer that smashed down. It contained sequence particles. This was a battlefield, a battle of life and death. Lung Qing raised her saber and slashed. Qinla shot out an arrow. Elder Chan transformed into the ancestral qi of the 3 suns, and Xue Wuqing froze the starry sky. Lu Yin unleashed his boundless inner world, and the threads continued to fuse into it. The Akalanatha elephant roared as a terrifying power erupted from it, and it raised its right fist. Xiaoyin deity, it's time to settle our grudge. In the distance, divine sovereign Xiaoyin was furious. Son of the Lu family, you're courting death. The power of the moon surged around his body, but it was far from the terrifying power of the law at the tea party. His power had been taken away by the Grand Empyrean. Beside him, the two Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings simultaneously executed Corpse King transformation. The black-robed man's expression was unreadable, but he took a step back. Zhu Ji stepped forward. We can't fight recklessly. As soon as he finished speaking, divine power surged out of his body and turned into a red sun that was pushed towards the prison dragon. The sun formed by the divine power collided with the power of Lu Yin and the others, directly blocking the Big Sis sequence rules. Big Sis was extremely fearful. Be careful, don't go head-on against the divine power. This power is extremely strong. Even without Big Sister's reminder, Prison Flood Dragon was the first to shrink its body. It was keenly aware of the terror of God power. This was not a power that it was willing to touch. Leng Qing, Chen Lu and Elder Chan avoided him. Lu Yin didn't need to dodge, and he could even absorb the godly power. However, he had no choice but to dodge at this moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. The divine power sun scattered everyone. Zhu Ji pointed his finger, and the divine power sun suddenly turned into a flat surface that spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered the sky and a red light descended. The way she used her god power was different from the people in the Thousand Faces game, and it was even more bizarre. We can't win. Retreat. Zhu Ji growled. Reverend God Xiaoyin was unwilling to give up. I want to kill the son of the Lu family. Tachibana Ji stared at him. We're no match for him. There's a top-notch expert on the other side. The black-robed man did not hesitate to tear open the void and escape. They were so focused on Lu Yin and the others that they had forgotten about Yixing. The black-robed man wanted to flee, but the spatial corrosive gods that had enveloped Yixing's branch forcefully filled the hole in the void, making it impossible for the black-robed man to find a way out. It was at this moment that Big Sister descended. A bunch of scoundrels. The heaven-shocking hammer smashed down. Helpless, they all retreated. Only the Corpse Kings were left behind. The two Progenitor Realm Corpse Kings unleashed their red eyes transformation and roared as they charged towards Leng Qing and Elder Chan. Big Sis had set her sights on Zhu Ji as he was the biggest threat right now. The Xiaoyin divinity had been stripped of his power, and his power had dropped too much. He was no match for Lu Yin. Lu Yin wanted to personally deal with him. Chen Lu aimed his arrow at the black-robed man. The rotting god dimension had never experienced such a chaotic battle between so many progenitors. Inside the tower, Bai Ting's eyes were filled with fervor. What did Lu Yin do to be able to invite him in so many powerhouses? And this was only a portion of them, not including the two monsters from the Lu family. If the entire primordial space's power was gathered here, even the 7 sky gods would be able to retreat safely. How did this brat do it? The rotting god dimension was filled with all kinds of decaying gods. A strangely shaped decaying god was swept away by the powerful shockwaves of the battle. 2 pairs of eyes stared at each other through the decaying god, one filled with resentment and the other with killing intent. Son of the Lu family, I will kill you. Reverend God Xiaoyin gritted his teeth and growled. Lu Yin sneered. Let me see how you can kill me after being stripped of your power by a Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin took a step forward and struck out with his palm. It was a simple and pure clear void palm that contained both power and speed. Reverend God Xiaoyin was struck by the palm and was sent flying while coughing up blood. Lu Yin stirred up spatial threads and appeared not too far away from Reverend God Xiaoyin. Let me see how you can kill me. Another palm descended and Reverend God Xiaoyin coughed up blood again. His power of extreme Yin could not resist at all. Having lost his sequence laws, Reverend God Xiaoyin was no different from an ordinary progenitor when facing Lu Yin. In fact, he did not even have the strength of an ordinary progenitor. His progenitor power had been stripped away by a Grand Empyrean. At this moment he was not even a match for Chu Jian. Just as Lu Yin's palm descended again, a blinding, scorching power erupted from Reverend God Xiaoyin's body. It illuminated the decaying god's space-time and brought with it a powerful progenitor's might. Lu Yin's expression changed. What is this? Reverend God Xiaoyin waved his hand, and a scorching power swept towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not understand. This is the power of extreme yin. You used extreme yin to nourish extreme yang power, so why was your extreme yin power stripped away and your extreme yang power turned into a progenitor? Reverend God Xiaoyin sneered with blood at the corner of his mouth. If my power was so easily stripped away, why would I be a spy? In the Eternals, my status is no lower than that of the true God Guards captains. What they have I have, and what they don't have. Son of the Lu family, I'll show you what it means to use good to nourish evil. The scorching power burned the starry sky. Lu Yin opened his heaven's eye and saw sequence particles. It was completely different from Reverend God Xiaoyin's decaying path. How could he cultivate two sequence laws? Even Big Sis did not. Impossible. His purpose in coming to the decaying god spacetime was to recultivate the decaying path, so what was with this power? In the distance Big Sis saw it. Not good. She immediately went to help Lu Yin. Zhu Ji pressed down with a single palm, and the red light from his divine power constantly turned into flat surfaces to block Big Sis. However, it was not easy to stop Big Sis. As the Ming flower bloomed, it paved a path towards Lu Yin. At the same time another path appeared. It was Elder Zen's quiet path. He also saw Lu Yin facing the transformed Reverend God Xiaoyin and wanted to take Lu Yin away. Lu Yin shouted, "I'll continue to deal with him." Elder Zen hesitated. Big Sis frowned. There's something wrong with that person. Lu Yin saw it. Although Reverend God Xiaoyin had indeed used extreme yang power, this sequence law gave him a feeling of a half-finished product. It was far less threatening than the decaying path. It seemed to hover between a sequence law and a non-sequence law. What was going on? The scorching power of the sun swept across the area. Facing such a half-finished sequence law, Lu Yin did not need to use the wordless heavenly book to block it. He could directly resist it. Back when he was undergoing the half-progenitor origin tribulation, he had used his physical body to resist the lightning sequence particles, let alone these half-finished sequence particles. He wanted to see clearly how Reverend God Xiaoyin had clearly been deprived of his power, but he was still using the exact opposite power. Wait, a thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind as he recalled the scenes he had seen in the Taiyin realm. Taiyin Extreme Yang Underground Surface Xianxia. He had resisted the sun's power while attacking Reverend God Xiaoyin. Reverend God Xiaoyin had been hit several times by him. Even if Lu Yin could not withstand the sun's sequence particles, Reverend God Xiaoyin would collapse sooner than him. Both of them were resisting each other's power, but Reverend God Xiaoyin was clearly unable to withstand it. I understand now. Lu Yin stared at Reverend God Xiaoyin. On the surface your extreme yin power is fake. In reality you cultivate both extreme yin and extreme yang, but you use extreme yin power as your main source. The Grand Empyrean gave you the strength of 3 sovereigns, which is also based on extreme yin power. You don't need to worry about being deprived of extreme yin power. With extreme yang power you can cultivate extreme yin power again, fusing yin and yang to complete the true sequence law. In the distance Big Sis heard this and was surprised. Fusing yin and yang? That's one way. Zhu Ji's expression was solemn. He did not know when she had been injured, but the woman in front of him was very terrifying. She had used her godly power from the very beginning. If not for it he would have died by now. Reverend God Xiaoyin praised, as expected of a son of the Lu family. In such a short time, you have cultivated again and reached a height that everyone can only look up to. Since you have guessed it, I might as well tell you. My talent is positive and negative. Positive is extreme yin and negative is extreme yang. In the 6 Directions Society I used negative to nourish the positive and extreme yang to nourish the extreme yin. Everyone thinks that this is a cultivation method and also a way for me to train my disciples. However, they do not know that what I really cultivate is using positive to nourish negative, and extreme yin to nourish extreme yang. So what if my extreme yin power has been deprived? I can cultivate extreme yin power again in the shortest time possible and step into the great Tao of the intersection of yin and yang. I can comprehend the strongest laws of positive and negative. When that time comes, even the Grand Empyrean dual victor will not be my match. Son of the Lu family, so what if you know? Can you keep me here? With that, a surge of godly power surged out of his body like Zhu Ji's, fusing with Zhu Ji's godly power to form a terrifying power that covered the entire rotting god dimension. Bai Ting and the others looked up at the red light with fear in their eyes. This was the power of the one true God. In the face of this power, everyone was like an ant. Big Sister's face was pale. The one true God was in existence that even she could not see clearly. The threat brought by his power was not something that ordinary people could imagine. If you want this rotting God dimension, I will give it to you. Son of the Lu family, remember, the next time we meet, it will be the time when you and I fight to the death, Reverend God Xiaoyin shouted. In the starry sky, the red light suddenly descended and covered Big Sister, Lu Yin, and the others. No one could ignore godly power, not even the masters of sequence laws. Godly power was the strongest. Reverend God Xiaoyin and the others wanted to escape under the cover of the godly power. Even Big Sister could not stop them. Big Sister was the strongest present. She could not stop them, the others could not. However, there was one exception, and that was Lu Yin. So what if the godly power descended? As long as he did not absorb it, he did not need to answer to anyone. Even Mr. Mu could not see through the power that he cultivated. Just as Reverend God Xiaoyin was about to tear open the void and leave, a flowing light appeared beside Lu Yin. Go. The flowing light was space, and it could also chase after time. At the tea party, Lu Yin had transformed the inner world of the flowing light with the help of the die's 4 pips. He had shown everyone that the flowing light could reverse time by 1 second. Reverend God Xiaoyin naturally knew about this. It was not easy to escape from Lu Yin. However, he was not escaping by himself, but by relying on his godly power. How could Lu Yin attack under the suppression of his godly power? Even that woman of sequence laws could not do it. No matter how Reverend God Xiaoyin thought about it, he could not figure it out. Chapter 2865. The light pulled him back, but Zhu Ji, the black-robed man, and the 2 progenitor corpse kings fled. Xiaoyin looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. You can actually attack? Lu Yin was cold and arrogant. Is my strength something you can understand? With that, he disappeared, and the light chased after him as time reversed. Xiaoyin watched Lu Yin disappear and hurriedly fled, but it was too late. When Lu Yin could resist the sun sequence particle alone, this battle was destined to be one-sided. Lu Yin took out the 7-star Eternal Darkness card and directly sucked Xiaoyin in. Only then would there be no accidents. Xiaoyin was not Xiaxia, and he knew what would happen the moment Lu Yin took out the card. Once he was sucked into the card, he would be finished. In a frenzy, blue lines appeared on his body and spread out continuously. A new force appeared and pushed Lu Yin back. Lu Yin stared blankly at the blue lines that appeared on Xiaoyin's back. Was this Sapphire's power? In the distance, Big Sis also saw it and blurted out, Sapphire's power? They had never imagined that Xiaoyin would actually use Sapphire's power. Sapphire's power belonged to the 6th mainland Sapphire clan and was passed down through a single bloodline. The previous Sapphire had to draw Sapphire's power onto the next Sapphire. It was precisely because of Sky Sapphire's disappearance that the Sapphire clan lost their inheritance. Gradually, the name of Sapphire was rarely heard in history. The Sapphire clan was the clan at the helm of the 6th mainland, just like the Lu family at the helm of the 5th mainland. A single bloodline was their weakness, but similarly, the Sapphire's power that was passed down was incomparably powerful. Lu Yin had noticed it during his battle with Sky Sapphire and the other Daoists. What truly allowed the Sapphire clan to control the 6th mainland was their 8-star innate gift. Xiaoyin panted heavily as he glared at Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes. Do you really think I'm that easy to deal with? The eternal strength and foundation are not something you can imagine. Lu Yin, it's your turn to die. With that, the blue lines on his back suddenly extinguished, and a drop of gem-shaped blue liquid appeared in front of him. Xiaoyin opened his mouth and swallowed it. This drop of liquid was the Sapphire clan's pride and their famous supreme innate gift, 8 stars. Sapphire's 8 stars appeared once again. Lu Yin stared at Xiaoyin. Are you from the Sapphire clan? Reverend God Xiaoyin swallowed the 8 stars and sneered, Die with your ignorance. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm that he was extremely familiar with. It was his emptiness palm. An 8-star talent was a type of spatial memory. It could reproduce the attacks that had appeared within a certain range of space. Back then, Sky Jelon had reproduced Chu Yuan's time talent as an 8-star talent, causing countless people to be dumbfounded. They didn't expect that there would be such an ability. At that moment, Divine Exalt Xiaoyin unleashed his 8-star talent once again. Lu Yin raised a hand, dispersing Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's hollow palm with a single palm. She then waved her hand, causing numerous flowers to bloom and cover the sky as they flew towards Lu Yin. This is Big Sis's power. As the flowers bloom, a ray of light is hidden behind them. Little Seven, don't let the light touch you. It will turn you flat. Big Sister reminded. Lu Yin dodged the beam of light and shot towards the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign. Reverend Xiaoyin looked up and a similar stream of light appeared beside him. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. He could even borrow the power of his inner world? 8-star talent Ranga. The Blue Clan's position as the master of the 6th mainland had only just begun to be revealed. The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign didn't want to use this power, but Lu Yin's coercion left him with no choice. Big Sis, Elder Chan, Qinlu, Leng Qing, Juji, and the others all displayed their progenitor powers. Lu Yin was dazzled and his own power was included as well. Regardless of whether it was his limitless inner world or the stream of light, they all made it difficult for him to get close to the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign. Lu Yin didn't believe that his power could be used without restriction. His divine power was about to disappear and Big Sis and the others needed time to recover. The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign wasn't so arrogant as to think that he could kill Lu Yin with his 8-star talent. He was just trying to buy time. Lu Yin was wary and the others were restrained by his divine power. He tore open a spatial tear and looked back at Lu Yin. I told you that you can't stop me. The next time we meet I'll kill you. Lu Yin raised his brows. You won't have that chance. The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign suddenly felt uneasy. From the side, a bone spike whizzed towards him, carrying boundless void god power. An 8-star talent could reproduce an attack within a certain space, but it couldn't reproduce an attack that hadn't appeared before. The bone spike was one of them. It had come from Wu Tian, and it was a weapon that he had left behind for his descendants. Even the Void Master had said that the bone spike could ignore all defenses and was a progenitor treasure. Lu Yin hadn't used it yet. The only opponents that could cause him trouble were sequence law powerhouses. The bone spike couldn't break through the defenses of such powerhouses. It wasn't a slipper, but it was just right for the moment. The bone spike's purpose wasn't to kill the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign, but to prevent him from leaving. When the bone spike pierced through, the torn void distorted. The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign couldn't leave for the second time. Lu Yin took out the slipper. Let's see how long you can last. The slipper slammed out, scattering all of the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign's attacks. Lu Yin pressed forward and the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign grew anxious. His divine power was about to disappear, and an 8-star talent couldn't last for too long. Lu Yin had no way of dealing with him. He had all sorts of powers that he hadn't used before to stop him from leaving. The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign was surrounded by flowing light as he retreated. Lu Yin, do you really want to fight to the death with me? You think you're worthy? Lu Yin mocked. The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign gritted his teeth. The Eternals aren't as simple as you think. Humans can't win. Otherwise, why would we join the Eternals? So what if your Lu family returns? The Grand Empyrean is a crazy woman. If she can attack your Lu family once, she can do it a second time. Lu Yin's slipper slapped away the flowers and avoided Juji's power. He raised his right arm and clenched it into a fist. Near his heart, the withered tree that hadn't completely turned into a star swayed. Time imprisonment. 100 punches. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yin punched out. With his current strength, the might of 100 punches was enough for him to fight against the captain of the True God Guard, Zhong Pan. Zhong Pan's physical strength was second only to the corpse gods, and he definitely surpassed the current divinity Xiaoyin. None of the powers that Lu Yin had used before could resist the 100 punches. Big Sis hadn't used any power that surpassed the 100 punches in her battle with Juji. This punch could shatter everything. It was just like facing the reincarnation tribulation. Lu Yin wanted to shatter it with this punch. The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign's face paled as he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. If his power hadn't been taken away by the Grand Empyrean, he wouldn't have been afraid. The power of Extreme Yin was enough to block Lu Yin's attack. That was a power that had undergone a qualitative change. However, his current power was only half complete. When Lu Yin punched out, the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign let out a breath and displayed all the attacks that had appeared in the surrounding space. When he said one punch, he meant one punch. This punch shattered all the attacks that had appeared and continued to approach the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign. The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign's face paled as he gritted his teeth. He didn't believe that this kid could kill him with one punch. Sapphire's power wasn't that easy to deal with. Behind him, half of the blue stripes were extinguished once more. This time all of them were extinguished. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign expanded his 8 stars to affect not only the surrounding space, but also the I Ching branch's location. Suddenly he coughed up blood and shock filled his face. However, he also laughed maniacally. "Kid of the Lu family, it's time for you to die." A formless power descended from the void and headed straight for Lu Yin. Lu Yin's mind went on alert as an absolute power appeared. He couldn't block this power, and it definitely wasn't the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's power. It had been guided by an 8-star innate gift and was a power that had appeared in this space before. To be able to make Lu Yin feel such danger, it had to be a powerhouse with a sequence law. Lu Yin moved to the side and used flowing light to reverse time. His punch shattered the countless attacks in less than a second, forcing him to forcefully withdraw his punch. However, Lu Yin had only reversed his own time and had a limited range. He couldn't reverse time for the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign. The power that the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign had guided with his 8-star innate gift reappeared. Not only that, but the power that made Lu Yin feel apprehensive and threatened also reappeared. That power came from behind him and directly shattered all of the attacks that the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign had guided towards Lu Yin. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's eyes blazed. He didn't know who this power belonged to, but it could definitely kill this kid. He had to kill him. Lu Yin shook his head. "You're interesting. If you want to kill me, you'll have to hit me first." Flowing light spun, and just as the power was about to hit Lu Yin, flowing light reversed time, giving him an extra second. Lu Yin used reverse step to avoid the attack, but the power whizzed past him and shattered the void. It stretched far into the distance and seemed to split the entire rotten god spacetime into 2. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign was stunned. He actually avoided it. This wasn't the first time that Lu Yin had done something like this. The final tribulation of a half-progenitor's origin tribulation had tempered his body with spacetime. If not for this method, he would have died long ago. This was the drawback of an 8-star innate gift. Although he could borrow power, he couldn't control it. In the end, it was just a spatial memory, just like how many rune lines there were. The 8-star innate gift could only recreate the destruction caused by that power, but 8-star Jialon didn't possess this power. As long as he could avoid it, what did this power count for? There was no such thing as an invincible innate gift in the universe. Jialon was one of them, and so was the Lu family. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed as he dodged. Lu Yin took a step forward. At this moment, the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign no longer had the strength to resist him. He raised a hand and grabbed the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign, who stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Lu Yin pressed down with his palm, forcing the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign to his knees. "This kneel is for all the sacrifices of my Lu family." He then lifted the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign up and pressed him down again, causing the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's knees to shatter. "This kneel is for your sins. You betrayed the human race and joined the Eternals, becoming a spy." He then lifted the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign up again. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's eyes were filled with madness as he glared at Lu Yin, wanting to say something. Chapter 2866. Lu Yin pressed his palm down and forced Divine Venerable Shaoyin to kneel for the 3rd time. "This time you are kneeling for me. I said that I would make you kneel in front of me. I have already beheaded the Yuan sage. You are next." Divine Venerable Shaoyin suddenly looked up, the hatred in his eyes dissipating. He looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. "Don't kill me. I don't want to die." "Lu Yin, Master Lu, don't kill me, don't kill me." Lu Yin frowned. Many people are like this before they die because they know that they will really die. Divine Venerable Shaoyin pleaded. "I don't want to die. I still want to cultivate. I am a sequence law powerhouse and one of the 3 supremes. Even in the eternal tribe, I am second only to the 7 sky gods. Master Lu, don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Divine Venerable Shaoyin's eyes widened as he slowly fell to the ground. Coincidentally, his divine power completely disappeared at this moment. Big Sister and the others regained their freedom. Lu Yin looked at Divine Sovereign Shaoyin, who had collapsed in space, and then turned to look in another direction. There, Venerate Lotus walked out, her eyes still filled with shock. "Explain yourself." Lu Yin was indifferent. He did not kill Divine Venerable Shaoyin. Just as he was about to kill him, Venerable Lotus arrived and stopped him. Venerable Lotus took a deep breath and looked at the dying Divine Venerable Shaoyin with a complicated expression. "He is still useful. Great Heavenly Venerable knows that he is a spy. Lu Yin was not stupid. Venerable Lotus' appearance proved something. At the same time he also remembered that Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan, and Xiaxia had all been thrown into the endless battlefield during the Tea Party, but Divine Venerable Xiaoyin had not. Over the years, Divine Venerable Xiaoyin had made mistakes in the endless battlefield but had made up for it in various ways. Many things did not make sense. In the past, Venerable Lotus had thought that Great Heavenly Venerable was too arrogant and thought that he could control the 3 Supremes and 9 Sages of the reincarnation spacetime. Therefore he did not care about Divine Venerable Xiaoyin. Now it seemed that this was not the case. Venerable Lotus said, "This is a matter of the reincarnation spacetime. Master Lu has already made him kneel 3 times to atone for his sins. Let him go." Lu Yin was amused. "Let him go just because you say so? Who do you think you are?" The 9th grade Lotus Venerable's eyes widened. "What did you say? Yo, little girl, you have quite the temper." Big sister walked towards the 9th grade Venerable Lotus. Lung Qing and Elder Chan stared at her. The 9th grade Lotus Venerable frowned. "Master Lu, do you want to start a war with my reincarnation spacetime?" Lu Yin retracted his gaze, his expression cold. "You asked me to place a spy and I suspect that you're a spy as well. Kill him and you won't have to answer to anyone." Big sister smiled even more brilliantly. "Little sister, are you Lotus Venerable? It just so happens that I also know a Lotus battle technique. How about we compete?" 9th grade Lotus Venerable looked at Big sister. This woman was really going to attack her. That son of the Lu family was really ignoring her. Were all the people in the origin space crazy? She suppressed her anger. "Master has already instructed me to keep an eye on Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. There's something wrong with him, but he also said that we can't let him die. Master must have made some arrangements on him. Master Lu, please let Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin go for Master's sake." Lu Yin was silent for a moment. When did the Great Heavenly Venerable know that there was a problem with Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin? The 9th grade Lotus Venerable shook his head. "I'm not sure. When did I tell you to keep an eye on the Xiaoyin deity?" The 9th grade Lotus Venerable's eyes flashed. "Not long ago." Lu Yin met her gaze. "What do you mean not long ago? What do you want to know, Master Lu?" she asked. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. He narrowed his eyes. "Does not long ago refer to before or after the Lu family was exiled?" The 9th grade Lotus Venerable bent her fingers and glanced at Big Sister without answering. Lu Yin understood and sneered. "Great Heavenly Venerable. What a scheme. What a crazy woman." The 9th grade Lotus Venerable shouted, "Master Lu, please respect Master." Lu Yin shouted back, "Shut up and scram." The 9th grade Lotus Venerable glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at the 9th grade Lotus Venerable. "Tell that crazy woman that I'll make her pay for what she did to the Lu family. You're too presumptuous. Master is of the same generation as your progenitor. Forget it." Before the 9th grade Lotus Venerable could finish speaking, Big Sister attacked. The 9th grade Lotus Venerable clenched her teeth. "Crazy woman." She left. Lu Yin sighed, his expression gloomy. The Great Heavenly Venerable had long known that there was something wrong with the Xiaoyin divinity, but she had still helped him exile the Lu family. Lu Yin could only think of 2 possibilities. Either the Great Heavenly Venerable had taken advantage of the situation and wanted to attack the Lu family from the start, or she had sacrificed the Lu family's lives for her scheme. These were the only 2 possibilities. It was impossible for Patriarch Lu Yuan to have conspired with the Great Heavenly Venerable. Although Lu Yin had only met Patriarch Lu Yuan a few times, he definitely wouldn't have sacrificed the Lu family's lives. How many people had died since the 4-way Libra had exiled the Lu family? How much had the subsidiary families suffered? Wanzi, Tu Qiming, the old servant, the crazy people in Red Flower Garden, the 7 heroes, and himself. If Patriarch Lu Yuan had really conspired with the Great Heavenly Venerable, then he was too cold-blooded. In order to deal with the Eternals, so many people had been sacrificed. Many of them were loyal to the Lu family and himself. It might be right in the big picture, but Lu Yin couldn't accept it. Moreover, how much damage could a single Xiaoyin cause to the Eternals? Lu Yin could only think of the first 2 possibilities. No matter which one it was, the Great Heavenly Venerable was a crazy woman. In the distance, Qin Li's heart trembled. He looked at Lu Yin with even more fear than he did Mr. Daheng. This person was too ruthless and completely different from before. He had cursed the great heavenly venerable time and time again, told the Lotus Venerable to scram and almost killed Xiaoyin. Was it right for Qinlu to join the above heaven sect? He was an extremely powerful powerhouse, but in front of this person he was like a subordinate who didn't receive any respect. Qinlu regretted it, but at the same time, because of Lu Yin's strength, he didn't need to care about Mr. Daheng. Big Sis, Elder Chan and the others had all guessed it, but they didn't know what to say. If the great heavenly venerables scheme on Xiaoyin could destroy the Eternals, then everything would be worth it. But if it couldn't, or if she wasn't confident in causing much damage, then the price of exiling the Lu family would be too great. In other words, she had always wanted to exile the Lu family. Either way, it was unfair to the Lu family, and it was even more unfair to Lu Yin. Little Seven, what do you want to do? Everyone in the primordial space supports this. Big Sis' words were filled with killing intent. She was not someone who followed the rules. In the era of the above heaven, the netherworld ancestors' name not only represented strength, but also lawlessness. Lu Yin's gaze was gloomy. Qinlu. Qinlu was shocked and hurried forward. Pathmaster, I'm here. Throw Xiaoyin out. Many things had already happened, and Lu Yin would make the great heavenly venerable pay the price. But now, no matter what the great heavenly venerable had planned on Xiaoyin, Lu Yin didn't need to destroy it. In the end, the Eternals would be the ones to suffer. Qinlu was confused. Throw him where? Any space-time of the endless battlefield. Qinlu nodded and dragged Xiaoyin away. He was very nervous. He had never thought that he would be able to drag Xiaoyin away one day. In the past, even Lord Luo had treated Xiaoyin with respect. This feeling was indescribable. Elder Chan was worried. If we just let him go, won't he suspect something? Lu Yin said, it doesn't matter. If he wants to live, he won't tell the Eternals that I let him go. He definitely knows that there's something wrong with me letting him go, but he won't dare to tell anyone. Big Sis said regretfully, it's a pity to let him go just like that. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Yes, it's a pity. I wanted to call out some generals. The hellworm flew over. During the battle just now, it had been hiding somewhere ever since the appearance of the divine power. It had only arrived after the battle had ended. Lu Yin understood this fellow's character, but it didn't matter. It was just a mount, so how much could he expect? After boarding the hellworm, the group headed towards the I Ching branch. Within the tower, Beating's expression was solemn. Open the door and welcome our guests. Under Beating's lead, dozens of people from the I Ching branch walked out to welcome Lu Yin's group. Outside, the spatial rot god had already disappeared. The hellworm arrived, and its huge eyes stared at the top of the tower. It saw a strange creature lazily lying on the top, causing the entire tower to flicker in and out of existence. I Ching's Bitting welcomes Master Lu. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and entered the tower with Bitting leading the way. I Ching's people had seen the battle just now. The above heavens sect had completely suppressed the everlasting powerhouses and forced them to retreat. I Ching's people had also seen how Lu Yin had forced the Xiaoyin divine sovereign to kneel 3 times. Now they all looked at Lu Yin with respect and a hint of fear. It wasn't that I Ching didn't fear anyone, but that they didn't fear anyone who couldn't harm them. This included ordinary progenitors, but it definitely didn't include the powerhouses of the sequence laws. The Xiaoyin divine sovereign had always been someone they respected, and now there was one more person. Lu Yin. There was no need for Lu Yin to be courteous with Bitting and the others. After entering the tower, Bitting invited Lu Yin to sit at the head of the table. He didn't waste any time and directly took out a pile of cosmic rings. Thank you for saving us, Master Lu. This is what I promised you. Lu Yin nodded, and Bitting handed over all the cosmic rings to Elder Chan. I'm curious. Did the Eternals say that Bai Rong is dead? Lu Yin asked directly. Bitting was solemn. The Eternals naturally hope that Master Bai Rong is dead, but Master Bai Rong can't be dead. Lu Yin raised a brow. Bitting frowned slightly. Lu Yin's nonchalant attitude made him uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to show it. Without Bai Rong, I Ching was just a bag of money that couldn't protect itself. If the Eternals could act, then so could the Six Direction Society. This was especially true for Lu Yin, who was greedy for resources. It would be bad if he set his sights on I Ching. Bitting glanced at Bai Lan, who respectfully replied, Master Lu, Master Bai Rong is a powerhouse that even Grand Empyreans have to treat with respect. Although he's been in seclusion for a long time, there shouldn't be any accidents. The Six Direction Society can rest assured. Luyin laughed. I don't care if the Six Direction Society can rest assured. I heard that Bai Rong has a good relationship with the Lightning Lord. Why didn't he ask for help? Bidding smiled bitterly. The Lightning Lord can't even take care of himself. I don't know why the Eternals went crazy and mobilized all of their forces during the Tea Party. The Six Direction Society, the Endless Battlefield, and even the powerhouses from outside have all been targeted by the Eternals. If that wasn't the case, we would naturally have asked for help. Chapter 2867. Big Sis grew bored as she listened to Lu Yin's conversation with Bitting and the others. She had no interest in such matters and she had only come to ensure Lu Yin's safety. Since the deal had been reached, there was no need for Lu Yin to stay any longer. There was nothing else worth his attention besides the spatial god of decay at the top of the tower. That spatial god of decay was the largest god of decay that Lu Yin had ever seen, and its ability to control space was definitely extraordinary. It might have been the one who had blocked Xiaoyin and the others. Right, I heard that there's a time god of decay in the decaying god universe. Is that true? Lu Yin suddenly asked before leaving. Bidding was stunned. No. Lu Yin stared at him. No. Bidding seriously replied, absolutely not. At least I've never seen a time god of decay since I obtained the decaying god universe. Lu Yin gave him a deep look and then left. He had not spoken to Madame Naylan at all from start to finish. After Lu Yin's group left, Bidding finally relaxed. Dealing with Master Lu isn't much easier than dealing with the Eternals. I keep having the feeling that he'll attack us at any time. Bailan said, the Genesis space is one of the Six Direction Societies. We've already reached an agreement with them, so Master Lu shouldn't break it. Bidding's tone was gloomy. That was the Six Direction Society of the past. Yixing and the others exchanged glances. They felt a lot of pressure when facing Lu Yin. This kind of pressure was rare and Yixing didn't have it easy either. This Master Lu didn't seem like an easy person to get along with. Lu Fuxia. Bidding looked at Madame Naylan. Her eyes lit up. Prepare a generous gift and deliver it to the Above Heaven sect personally, Bai Ting said. She smiled and nodded. Got it. At the same time, Lu Yin's group returned to the Above the Sky sect. To them, although there had been a battle, it hadn't been a thrilling one. The main reason was that even the most thrilling battlefield rarely involved so many progenitors working together, and there was even a ruthless netherworld ancestor among them. Even the captain of the True God Guard didn't dare to provoke him. With 30 trillion star essence, Lu Yin's next step was to head to the reincarnation spacetime and continuously roll his die to see how many of the 3 venerables and 9 sages he could fuse with. If he fused with any one of them, he would be able to control everything about that person, which was the most terrifying innate gift. How many progenitors were in the Sixth Direction? As long as he had enough resources, he would be able to know them like the back of his hand. There were too many people he cared about here, such as Elder Chan, Big Sis, Senior Wuxia and so on. He did not want to fuse with their bodies as it would be too disrespectful. Sometimes benefits were paramount, but benefits were not as important as emotions. This was Lu Yin's way of doing things, and it was also the reason why Elder Chan and the others had always approved of him. He had always stuck to his bottom line. People with deep emotions could use their emotions to comfort themselves, and those who placed self-interest above all else could disregard others. Only people like Lu Yin had such a difficult life. He had just returned to the Above the Sky sect, and after Big Sis and the others had left, another person arrived. Unexpectedly, it was the person who had fought against them with Mr. Daheng. If he wasn't mistaken, this person was called Wu Hen? Sect Master. A man named Wu Hen from Mu Shiyong requests an audience, the second Night King said respectfully. Bring him in. Lu Yin sat in the main hall with a calm expression. Not long after, Traceless entered under the second Night King's lead. Even though he had hidden his position, he could not directly bypass the second Night King. He could only follow the second Night King step by step. This was a show of respect to Above Heaven and Lu Yin. Master Lu. Traceless bowed. Lu Yin sized him up. I remember you. You helped Mr. Daheng fight against us in the Hall of Freedom. Traceless respectfully replied, It was not a fight but a last resort. You're here because Mr. Daheng is looking for me? I'm the one looking for you, Master Lu. I'm begging you to help me leave the Hall of Freedom. Lu Yin looked at him with interest. Have a seat. Traceless nodded and sat down. With a respectful expression he said, Mr. Daheng appears scholarly and modest, but he's actually despicable and shameless. He uses underhanded means to achieve his goals. I'm here to ask you to help me. Lu Yin asked, You didn't join the Hall of Freedom willingly? Traceless' expression turned ugly as he recounted how he had joined the Hall of Freedom. Just like Chen Lu, he had been stopped by Mr. Daheng on his path to breaking through to the progenitor realm. If he did not join the Hall of Freedom, he would never be able to break through. He was also tactful enough to tell Lu Yin about the stone painting. Back then, Mr. Daheng controlled me and threatened to break through to the Wood Heavenly Realm in order to get me to help him obtain something. It was a stone with a painting on it, but I don't know what it's used for, Traceless said respectfully. Lu Yin stood up and walked to the entrance of the main hall with his hands behind his back. Traceless hurriedly stood up and followed behind him. Lu Yin walked to the entrance and looked into the distant sky. You don't know anything about that stone? Traceless replied, Not at first, but after many years of joining the Hall of Freedom, Mr. Daheng loosened his control over me. I used various methods to investigate that stone, and it seems to be related to the legendary Mirage Domain. Does Master Lu know about the Mirage Domain? Lu Yin shook his head. Oh. Traceless took a deep breath. The Mirage Domain is a strange place and no one knows where it will appear. It might be right in front of you or it might never be found. Even powerhouses might not be able to find it. Legend has it that the Mirage Domain has a power that allows one to transcend. What do you mean by transcend? Lu Yin asked. His senior apprentice brother had mentioned this before. Traceless shook his head. I don't know. The stone that Mr. Daheng wanted me to find came from a sect that was old friends with my family. That sect was very small and with Mr. Daheng's ability he didn't need my help at all. However, he forced me to break through to the Wood Heavenly Realm to find that stone. I'm guessing that Mr. Daheng has been searching for the Mirage Domain all these years. That stone has a painting on it and it might be the path to the Mirage Domain. Lu Yin said indifferently, My conflict with Mr. Daheng has already been resolved. What makes you think that I will help you leave the Hall of Freedom? Traceless' eyes flashed. It hasn't been resolved. Lu Yin raised a brow. Traceless repeated what Mr. Daheng had said after Lu Yin and the others had left. Mr. Daheng isn't stupid. The Above Heaven sect is like the sun in the sky, and Master Lu can even scold a Grand Empyrean without any repercussions. Mr. Daheng wouldn't dare to threaten Master Lu. He only used the caged WRM as a bait to get Master Lu to go to the Hall of Freedom and pay a price in exchange for Chen Lu. However, Master Lu didn't give him a chance to speak. Lu Yin laughed. So that's how it is. I've misunderstood him. No one in the Six Direction gang would dare to threaten me like this. Traceless took a step back and bowed solemnly. Master Lu is unparalleled and no one in the Six Direction gang dares to disrespect you. I am Traceless and I sincerely request the Lu family to allow me to join the Above Heaven sect and serve Master Lu. Lu Yin looked at Traceless. Traceless didn't look up and maintained his bow. He was very smart and after Lu Yin had caused trouble for Mr. Daheng he had read countless books about the origin space. Mu Shikong was very familiar with the origin space, and with his status as a progenitor he could find anything he wanted. Before this, he didn't know much about the origin space because reincarnation spacetime hated it, causing the Six Direction gang to be prejudiced against it. But after reading through the books, his understanding of the origin space changed drastically. He finally understood what it meant to be extremely glorious, what it meant to be the most prosperous era of humanity, and what it meant to be the Above Heaven sect. This information made him yearn for the origin space and he longed to become a member of that glorious era. He longed to join the Above Heaven sect and he no longer wanted to get rid of Mr. Daheng. The current Above Heaven sect was definitely not as prosperous as recorded in the books, but in the Six Direction gang besides Grand Empyrean reincarnation spacetime, who would dare to oppose the Above Heaven sect? Even the Grand Empyrean didn't do anything after being called a crazy woman by Lu Yin. He was forced to join the Hall of Freedom and wanted to leave even in his dreams. Compared to the Hall of Freedom, the Above Heaven sect was more suitable to join. Lu Yin looked deeply at Traceless. Although Mr. Daheng's methods were clumsy, he had nurtured a few obedient progenitors. Chen Lu and Traceless had been controlled when they were half progenitors, and they had been controlled all the way until they broke through to the progenitor realm. Their mentality was different from ordinary progenitors. Ordinary progenitors who broke through to the progenitor realm had a sense of superiority that they couldn't compare to. It wasn't likely that ordinary progenitors would be respectful and call themselves subordinates. Of course, there were some, but it was impossible for them to truly consider themselves subordinates. Half of their mentality was progenitor while the other half was half progenitor. Based on what you know, how many of those broken stones did Mr. Daheng obtain? Lu Yin asked. Traceless thought for a moment. I know. 5. Lu Yin frowned. Only 5? That shouldn't be the case. After so many years, it was impossible for there to be only 5. However, that might not be the case either, as the origin space already had them. He didn't know how many of those stones there were, but they seemed to be quite large. Perhaps most of them were in one place, such as the Mirage Domain. The Above Heaven sect welcomes anyone, Lu Yin said. Traceless was delighted. However, Lu Yin looked at Traceless. Now is not the time. Traceless looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. His gaze was blank. Please enlighten me. Lu Yin let out a long breath. Although I don't care about Grand Empyreans, I can't break the rules. Previously I caused trouble for the Repose Palace because Mr. Daheng used the caged room to threaten me, and no one could find fault with me. If I cause trouble for Mr. Daheng because of you, then it'll be difficult to explain myself, and I won't be able to answer to Senior Wood God. You should be aware of the situation in the endless battlefield. Right now, everyone is dealing with the Eternals and I can't cause internal strife. That would be detrimental to the human race as a whole and I'll become a laughingstock. Traceless respectfully replied, I understand. I will continue to stay in the Repose Palace. If you have any instructions, please inform me directly and I will do my best to complete them. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It was easy to talk to smart people. Alright, you can go back first. Don't worry, I will let you leave the Repose Palace and join the Above Heaven sect. Traceless eyes burned with excitement. Thank you, Master. I will take my leave. Chapter 2868. Mr. Daheng had originally wanted to use Zhou Xian's secret to exchange for Qin Lu, but after Lu Yin had caused trouble for him, Mr. Daheng had kept his mouth shut. Mr. Daheng wanted Lu Yin to be at a disadvantage when facing Luo Shan in the future. However, Mr. Daheng did not know that Lu Yin understood Luo Shan. Luo Shan's disguise was too good. As the spacetime master of the 3 monarchs, even the Shaoyin sovereign did not dare to offend him. In fact, his strength was not simple. If not for this, he would have already found trouble with Luo Shan. The Eternals had attacked the Above Heaven sect, Curmudgeon Mo had attacked Lu Bujing, and Luo Shan had opened the passageway to the 3 monarchs. Be it Old Monster Mo or Luo Shan, neither of them were easy to deal with. However, one day he would crush them with absolute strength. He had killed a Yuan sage, forced Celestial Venerate Shaoyin to kneel, and even Old Freak Mo and Luo Shan were no exception. That was all on the surface, but this Mr. Daheng had to be careful. There was a landscape painting stone at Luo Shan's place, and Mr. Daheng was definitely keeping an eye on him. Previously, when he wanted to exchange information about Luo Shan for Qin Lu, he might have reminded Meng Qi to deal with Luo Shan. He didn't have good intentions at all. He just wanted to let Heaven Above Heaven and Luo Shan go against each other so that he could sit back and reap the benefits. This person was insidious and had to be guarded against. In that case, did Wu Hen really want to leave the Repose Palace and join the Above Heaven sect? Or was he sent by Mr. Daheng to get close to him? Lu Yin muttered to himself. Super Spacetime on the stairs by Qian looked at the cloud stone in a daze. Just now, someone had contacted her and wanted to tell Master Wei something through her. Lu Yun was in the Above Heaven sect. She didn't need to guess to know that the person who contacted her was Luo Shan. When Luo Shan attacked Heaven Above sect and saw Lu Yun, he guessed everything. Xianxia was Lu Yin and Lu Yun was in the Above Heaven. It was obvious that Lu Yin was the one who had taken Lu Yun away. Luo Shan wanted to use this matter to make Lord Wei face the Heavenly High sect. Right now, he didn't have the ability to make an enemy out of the Heavenly High sect. Even the endless battlefield knew of the Heavenly High sect's strength. Oldsu was worried. Sir, how should we deal with this matter? Bai Qian put down the cloud communication stone. Let's go to the Above Heaven sect. Lu Yin had just received Traceless when elders were arrived. The final battle of the endless battlefield had begun, and many people from the 6-party society had also become active. Greetings, Master Lu, elders was said respectfully. Lu Yin smiled. No need for formalities. It's been a while. Elderswa smiled and said, "It is this one's honor to be remembered by Master Lu." Lu Yin smiled. "You came looking for me because of Bai Qian?" He recounted everything that had happened to him. Lu Yin's expression didn't change. "Got it. You can go back now." Olds were respectfully retreated. Lu Yin frowned. Was Luo Shan trying to sow discord? Using Xianxi's identity, he had indeed made quite a few acquaintances in the Six Directions Association, but at the same time he had also offended some people. There were some things that Xianxi couldn't do but Lu Yin could. It was a fact that Flowing Cloud had been taken away by him. This matter had violated transdimensional space's interests, and transdimensional space could not tolerate him having designs on Zijing. Once Luo Shan and Master Wei reached an agreement, it would bring trouble to him. Fortunately, Master Wei had joined the Endless Battlefield's final battle, and Luo Shan could not contact him. He could only contact Bai Qian, but Luo Shan did not know that Bai Qian was one of Lu Yin's people. Bai Qian had asked Elderswa to inform Lu Yin for a simple reason: to quickly deal with Luo Shan. Master Wei was not weak. During the battle at the tea party, although Master Wei had joined forces with a grade 9 Lotus Venerable to fight against the Forgotten Ruins deity, Lu Yin had not seen his true strength. To be able to become a space-time master and sit among the top 9 in the tea party, Lu Yin had not been bragging. However, now was not the time to deal with Luo Shan. Luo Shan was not divinity Shaoyin, and Lu Yin had to invite Patriarch Tianyi to deal with him. Otherwise he would not be confident with just Big Sis. Furthermore, Patriarch Tianyi could not be moved. He could only wait for the final battle at the Endless Battlefield to decide. After Elderswa left, Madame Naylan arrived shortly after. She seemed to be especially busy today. Lu Yin did not need to meet her in the main hall. Above the Sky Sec's back mountain, the two drank tea and the atmosphere was relaxed. "Yixing's people are very wary of you, or rather they are afraid," Madame Naylan said with a smile. Lu Yin laughed. "They don't understand me." Madame Naylan chuckled. "They'll be even more afraid if they understand." "Is that so?" Lu Yin asked. Madame Naylan beamed at Lu Yin. "You are very good to your own people, but you are merciless to your enemies. You are also merciless to those who have nothing to do with you and are only interested in your own interests." Lu Yin smiled. "Perhaps." Madame Naylan took out a cosmic ring and placed it on the table. She then pushed it towards Lu Yin. "Bai Ting asked me to bring this to you. He wants to thank you for helping Yixing." Lu Yin accepted the cosmic ring. "It's just a transaction. There's nothing to thank me for." Madame Naylan smiled. "You're a businessman. When it comes to people who can help you, you always want to exchange benefits for favors." Lu Yin waved the cosmic ring. "Is that it?" Madame Naylan said, "There's an extra 5 trillion star essence inside as well as a compass." "A compass?" Lu Yin was puzzled. He opened the cosmic ring and took it out. It was an ancient-looking compass. There was nothing special about it, but it was very sturdy. Lu Yin could not break it even if he used a lot of strength. Madame Naylan said, "Bai Ting said that this belonged to Bai Rong and that it was once hung around his waist. When he was in seclusion he gave this compass to Yixing. Although it is not very useful to Yixing, it is extremely important. This is the favor that Bai Ting wants to exchange for. With this compass, the relationship between you and Yixing will be obvious to outsiders." Lu Yin nodded and put away the compass. "Does that mean that if I offend a Grand Empyrean and take out this compass, Yixing will have to share the responsibility with me?" Madame Naylan laughed. "I knew that you would think that way. Bai Ting and the others don't understand you at all. They would never have thought that you would have such thoughts. If they did, they would never have given you the compass. That would be inviting trouble for themselves. A favor in exchange for the enmity of a Grand Empyrean is not worth it." Lu Yin smiled as well. Yixing did not understand him at all. How could his favor be so easily obtained? Lu Yin had been waiting for news from the Endless Battlefield. Finally, half a month later, Patriarch Lu Yuan returned and met Lu Yin in the Above Heaven sect. Lu Yin was shocked when he saw Patriarch Lu Yuan. "Patriarch, are you injured?" Patriarch Lu Yuan's face was pale and he looked very weak. He waved his hand. "I'm all right. That crazy woman is not much better. The Eternals are the same. After this battle, the Eternals will be much quieter. The only true God and the 7 sky gods will not appear for the time being. We also need to go into seclusion to heal. Little 7, this is a rare opportunity." Lu Yin nodded. I understand. But remember one thing. Patriarch Lu Yuan solemnly said, do not go too deep into the Eternals. No matter how much you want to destroy the Eternals, don't do it. Both sides are injured and we are far from dying together. Once you go too deep into the Eternals, you will be in danger. Even without Patriarch Lu Yuan's reminder, Lu Yin would not go too deep into the Eternals. That would be suicide. Lu Yin had a rough understanding of the desolate ancestor's strength. He was definitely at the level of the 7 sky gods. Even with that kind of strength, Lu Yin was still in such a state. Patriarch, did you get rid of 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods? Lu Yin looked forward to it. Patriarch Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. Do you think the 7 sky gods are cabbages? They are so easy to deal with. Even Gu Yizhi is a 7 sky gods. If the battle was in the primordial space, I am confident that I can resolve it. The primordial space repels their strength, but in the endless battlefield we are about the same. No one can do anything to the other. Then how did you and the only true god get injured? Lu Yin did not understand. Patriarch Lu Yuan said, the human race's many years of accumulation are not for nothing. Also, he suddenly paused and did not continue as if he had some concerns. Since the patriarch did not say anything, Lu Yin did not mention it. Instead he said, I went to kill Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. Patriarch Lu Yuan did not care about Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin at all. The Grand Empyrean already knew that Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was a spy before the Lu family was exiled, Lu Yin said. Patriarch Lu Yuan's eyes widened and he cursed angrily. I knew that crazy woman was crazy. When I recover, I will definitely settle the score with her. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. The patriarch's attitude proved that he had guessed correctly. This matter was definitely not a conspiracy between the patriarch and the Grand Empyrean to sacrifice some of the Lu family's people to scheme against the Eternals. It was the Grand Empyrean who had schemed against the Eternals. As for the Lu family, she did not care. Patriarch Lu Yuan was furious. Master said that crazy woman Tai Hong does things without caring about the consequences. She only thinks about herself. Although she cares about the big picture, she is short-sighted. Although she cares about the human race, she can't do much and is even a burden. We all agreed at that time. But I never thought that such a consequence would happen to the Lu family. Crazy woman. Cough cough. Lu Yin comforted him. Don't worry, Patriarch. We will definitely settle the score with her. Patriarch Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. Of course we will. We will do it 1,000 times over. That crazy woman doesn't care about the life and death of the Lu family for her own schemes. What can a mere divine sovereign Xiaoyin do? Can she kill the one true god? How laughable. We shouldn't have just wanted to beat her up. We should have just killed her. Although Patriarch Lu Yuan was speaking out of anger, he could see the patriarch's anger. The Lu family's people who had been sacrificed could not be revived. Wan Zi, Tu Qiming and the others also could not be revived. All of this was the result of the Grand Empyrean's selfishness. She was too high up and did not care about the mortal world. She did not know that such a person was no different from the Eternals. No matter what, the Lu family's debt had to be settled. Patriarch Lu Yuan's anger caused his face to turn even paler. He glared at Lu Yin fiercely. Little Seven, do whatever you want. None of us will be able to come out during this time. If that crazy woman dares to play like this, don't hold back. Lu Yin took a deep breath. I know. Don't worry, Patriarch. When you come out, you will see a completely different six-direction association. Patriarch Lu Yuan was stunned. He felt like he had said too much. Was this kid going too far? But when he thought about what the Grand Empyrean had done, his anger took over. It's good. Thank you for your support, brothers. The next return of the world is about to begin. Chapter 2869. Soon Lu Yuan returned to the starry sky tree. Lu Yin waited for the results of the battle. It seemed like the Six-Direction sect and the Everlasting Tribe would be at peace for a while. Even the battles in the endless battlefield were not as intense as before. Since that was the case, then it was his turn. Lu Yin looked for Wei Rong and once again confirmed the timing of the chess pieces. He then announced that he would go into seclusion and use up all the star essences first. First it was Samsara spacetime. Most importantly, it was Samsara spacetime. After Lu Yin announced that he was going into seclusion, he headed straight to the reincarnation spacetime. He found an ordinary but secluded location, raised his hand and brought out his die. He tapped it to begin, hoping for a good result. On the other side, Mu Feng came to the primordial space and found Wuxia and Qingping. Senior apprentice brother. Senior apprentice brother. Mu Feng looked at the two of them. Master's eye for disciples is still as sharp as ever. Wuxia smiled and said, "These words are vividly reflected on senior brother. Senior brother is someone who can fight against the 7 sky gods." Mu Feng shook her head. "It's only true when it comes to junior brother. There's no need to compare with little junior brother. Maybe even master is shocked by little junior brother's strength." Wuxia said. The wooden carving looked at Qingping. "I'm here to bring you to the endless battlefield. Now that the situation in the endless battlefield is stable, it's a good opportunity for you to train and seek a breakthrough to the ancestor realm." Qingping said, "It's time." Lu Yin had missed the opportunity to reunite with his fellow disciples. He had not expected that Woodcut would go to the Genesis space and bring senior brother Qingping to the endless battlefield. In the current battle situation, senior brother Qingping's strength could no longer keep up with the first echelon of the above heaven sect. However, as long as he made a breakthrough with his exceptional talent of being able to fight against ancestors, it would be hard to predict how strong the ancestor realm would be. Regardless of whether it was Mu Feng, Wuxia, or Qingping, all of them possessed talent that made Mr. Mu look askance. This talent could only be fully displayed at the ancestor realm. Lu Yin watched as the die spun and stopped at 4. It was 4 o'clock the first time. After entering the time-stop space, Lu Yin extended the time to a year and decided to properly train here. His heart strength and the various types of energy that were gathered in his body consumed the most time. Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing how his strength would change once his heart strength transformed. The power in his heart was the same as the death aura and the power of fate. It was a different kind of power from the astral origin. Although there might not be an origin tribulation, there could be unpredictable tribulations. The scene in front of him changed and he left the time-stop space to continue rolling his die. Lu Yin really wanted to repair the books of destiny, but each one required at least 6 trillion star essence to repair. 3 books would cost him 18 trillion star essence, which would consume more than half of his resources in one go, which would not do. Lu Yin resisted the temptation and decided to roll the die first. Since Ancestor Lu Yuan had encouraged him to do something while the Grand Empyreans were in closed-door cultivation, he might as well do it. He continued to roll his die and on his 3rd try he rolled Enhance. Lu Yin was filled with anticipation as his consciousness entered the dark space. He looked at the gloomy balls of light, which only had the strength of a half-martial ancestor. They were completely useless. He kept searching but he couldn't find the bright ball of light. Progenitor realm experts were very rare. In every parallel spacetime there were countless cultivators, but there were only a few progenitor realm experts. It was indeed not easy to find one. Helplessly he withdrew from the dark space. He had used up some resources but he still hadn't succeeded. Let's continue. The 4th time he rolled a point, a useless item fell out and he rested for 10 minutes. 10 days later he continued to roll the die. 10 days later 1 pip, 3 pips, 5 pips for pips 1 year in the time-stop space. He waited for another 10 days before continuing. 3 pips, 5 pips, 6 pips. Lu Yin didn't even have time to react before he appeared in the dark space. Entering the dark space did not mean that he would definitely be able to merge into a progenitor's body. It all depended on luck in searching. Lu Yin's luck was pretty good this time as he saw a bright ball of light. It was very bright, so it should be a progenitor. Even if it wasn't, it was still in existence that could fight against a progenitor. There was more than one powerhouse in the reincarnation spacetime that could challenge progenitors. First Jian Jia Yaolon and even Bai Xianer were all such powerhouses. Compared to progenitors, Lu Yin wanted to merge into their bodies more, as their potential was much higher than that of ordinary progenitors. This was especially true for Bai Xianer, as Lu Yin couldn't see through her. This was the only way. His consciousness approached the ball of light and rushed over to merge with it. Lu Yin's body trembled and he suddenly opened his eyes. Was this the void imperfection realm? Lu Yin saw Bai Xing, Xia Zhen and Ancestor Gui Yuan, but none of them made a move. They merely stood on the wall and looked into the distance. Then who was he? Bao Saint? Lu Yin had merged into Bao Saint's body. His goal had been to merge into the bodies of the 3 venerables and 9 sages, but now that he had done so he was actually a little surprised. But since he had done so he might as well use this person to understand the reincarnation spacetime. Lu Yin, No, Bao Saint stood there quietly looking into the distance like Bai Xing and the others. However, his gaze was unfocused as he continued to read Bao Saint's memories. The most important thing was naturally the memories of Bao Saint being bestowed power by a Grand Empyrean. Everyone said that the 3 venerables and 9 sages had been bestowed by a Grand Empyrean. A Grand Empyrean could allow anyone to reach the progenitor realm, but they could also deprive any progenitor of their power. At first, Lu Yin did not believe it, as the progenitor realm was the peak of human cultivation. Why would it be bestowed? But as he came into contact with the Six Paths Society, he began to believe it more and more. Everyone said that the 3 venerables and 9 sages' power had come from a Grand Empyrean, including Void Master and the others. Lu Yin was very curious. How had a Grand Empyrean bestowed power? Now he could finally see it. In front of him, Bai Xing retracted his gaze and looked at Xianxia. They retreated. Xianxia nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. The endless battlefield sent news that the war situation is slowing down. Seems to be true. The Grand Empyrean and the other parallel spacetime masters attacked the Eternals and fought a decisive battle with the one true God and the 7 sky gods. I heard that there were also foreign powerhouses joining in, which was why both sides suffered heavy losses. Now the Six Paths Society and the endless battlefield should be able to stabilize for a while, Ancestor Gui Yuan said. Bai Xing looked back at Bao Saint. The war is slowing down. I want to return to the reincarnation spacetime to rest. That should be fine, right? This did not mean that Bai Xing had to listen to Bao Saint's orders. They were now like stray dogs that needed the protection of the reincarnation spacetime. Before they lost their confidence, they were still inferior to the 3 venerables and 9 sages. After all, he was not Bai Wangyuan. Bao Saint did not answer. Bai Xing frowned. Bao Saint still did not answer. Xianxia and Ancestor Gui Yuan looked back and shouted. Bao Saint's eyes regained clarity and he glared at the 3. Stop talking nonsense. If I tell you to stay here, then stay here. Xianxia was furious. Bao Saint, I respect the 3 venerables and 9 sages, but we are also progenitors. Don't be so rude. Bao Saint sneered. Are you worthy of my respect? You're just stray dogs. Shut up. Bai Xing was furious and he clenched the heaven-vanquishing staff. Bao Saint raised his head. What, you still want to fight? Now that the Eternals have retreated, you dare to be disrespectful to the reincarnation spacetime? Do you really think you can defeat the Eternals? Get out of the reincarnation spacetime if you have the ability. You are not welcome here. Ancestor Gui Yuan's voice was cold. Bao Saint, you are trying to sow discord between us and the reincarnation spacetime. Senior Grand Empyrean will not let you go if he knows. Bao Saint did not care. Then you have to see Grand Empyrean first. Not to mention you, even Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan, those 2 stray dogs can't see him. Bai Xing's face flushed red. How could this person be so rude? The Eternals had retreated and they were no longer needed. The 6 sects would have a chance to breathe. Was he trying to burn the bridge after crossing the river? He suddenly thought of a possibility. The origin space was now one of the 6 sects. Bao Saint's attitude suddenly became so strange. Could it be that the reincarnation spacetime was abandoning them? When he thought of this, he hurriedly told Xianxia about this possibility. He could not tell Ancestor Gui Yuan as he was Wang Fan. Wang Fan's relationship with the reincarnation spacetime was different from theirs. Xianxia felt that Bai Xing's words made sense. Bao Saint had gotten along well with them before, and although he seemed cold, he treated them kindly. Now that his attitude had changed so drastically, there was definitely a problem. Lu Yin watched as Bai Xing and Xiaoxian's expressions changed. He had achieved his goal, so he withdrew from the fusion. Somewhere in the reincarnation spacetime, Lu Yin opened his eyes and frowned. He had seen Bao Saint being bestowed power by the Grand Empyrean. To be honest, he did not understand, but he felt something. It was a mysterious feeling that he could not describe, but it felt familiar. When he had undergone the half-progenitor origin tribulation and used the sky-turning palm to transform his inner world, he had felt it. When Bao Saint had been bestowed power, it had felt as if the entire reincarnation spacetime had been helping him. It had been a strange feeling. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Although he did not understand where Bao Saint's power had come from, he was now certain that the 3 saints and 9 sages had indeed been bestowed power by the Grand Empyrean. However, being bestowed power to the 3 saints and 9 sages did not mean that they were not progenitors. Before divine sovereign Xiaoyin had been bestowed power by the Grand Empyrean, he had already possessed the power of a progenitor. The Grand Empyrean had used the power of extreme Yin to allow divine sovereign Xiaoyin to step into the progenitor realm. This had allowed divine sovereign Xiaoyin to reach the heavens in a single step and touch upon the laws of the sequence. It would be a lie to say that Lu Yin was not envious. If he had such a method to bestow power to others, would restoring the celestial sex glory be so far away? Casually bestowing power to the 3 saints and 9 sages would be enough to create many progenitors. However, Lu Yin still felt that something was wrong with this method. Aside from that, the unexpected gain from fusing with Bao Saint's body was that he had reprimanded Bai Sheng and the others. He did not know what the outcome would be, but at the very least, it had been enough to discuss the 4 cardinal scales. Did they really think that they would be fine after leaving the origin space and joining the reincarnation space-time? How could Lu Yin let them go? Lu Yin checked the consumption and his expression changed to become somewhat ugly. 3 trillion star essence was an exaggerated number. Previously, the highest amount of star essence that Lu Yin had fused with the eternal race's 12 marquises had only been around 200 billion star essence. At that time he had fused with the eternal race's 12 marquises. How many times had he fused with them now? This was the price of fusing with a progenitor, and it was an enormous price to pay. The difference between a progenitor and a half-progenitor was just 1 realm, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Thank you for your support, brothers. The Return to the Universe scroll is now officially open. Sui Feng was currently on his way to the capital to further his studies at the Lu Xun Literary Academy, so he was rather busy. Thank you for your support, brothers. Chapter 2870. Lu Yin had originally thought that 30 trillion star essence would be enough for him to squander as he pleased, but it seemed that it still wasn't enough. Stepping into a certain realm would naturally consume a certain amount of resources. However, it didn't matter as progenitors were already at the peak. There weren't that many in the entire 6 Direction Society, and there were even fewer who could fuse with it. Lu Yin continued to roll his die. 1 pip, 3 pips, 5 pips for pips 1 year in the time-stop space, and he continued after 10 days. 4 pips, another year, and another 4 pips. He had already rolled 4 pips 3 times in a row. So far Lu Yin had been in the time-stop space for 3 years. If he continued, it would be the 4th year, and the power in his heart should be about ready. Lu Yin began his 4th year of seclusion with anticipation. From the perspective of humans, the universe was boundless and every star was incomparably huge. There could be many countries where billions or even billions of people and even more creatures lived. In this universe there was a race of giants, and the most powerful giant was Progenitor Qin. His body was so huge that he could play with planets as if they were marbles. Then were there even larger creatures that could swallow stars and form a sea of stars with a single breath? Were they capable of annihilating all life with a wave of their hands? To ants were humans like giants? To the tiny creatures that parasitized humans, were humans like those giant creatures that could swallow stars? To Lu Yin's heart he was like a giant creature. At this moment, there were 380,000 stars revolving in the boundless starry sky in his heart. Among these stars there were several strange stars. 1 star was gray and looked like a withered tree. It was connected to the continent formed by fates and it was like a tornado. Another star had a tricolored luster. It seemed deathly still, but it was also brightly colored. It was also connected to the continent and 3 colors circulated around it. Another star was green and looked like a plant. It was connected to the continent like a giant tree that reached the heavens. Another star was formed from water and connected to the continent, forming a river that reached the heavens. There was also a giant star that was connected to the astral origin sea above the continent, and the connection seemed to raise the sea into the sky. Far away from these stars, there was a red star that was dotted with stars. It wasn't obvious, but it wasn't dim at all. It used a weak red glow to illuminate all of the stars. The starry sky was surrounded by a black and white fog. Below it, the land formed by the fates and was illuminated by the stars. If it were not for this land, the starry sky would not be the starry sky. As time passed, the gray tornado rose from the ground and landed on the gray star. As the star swayed, it finally rotated slowly. It rotated exactly the same as the 380,000 stars. The only difference was that it looked different. Immediately after, the 3-colored light disappeared from the land. Green vegetation, heaven-reaching rivers, and stellar source oceans all disappeared from the continent, forming stars that hung in the sky. At that moment, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and the scene before him changed. Time was up and he had returned to the reincarnation spacetime. Within a second, an earth-shattering change had taken place in his body. Lu Yin didn't know what this change meant, but he knew that the starry sky in his heart was a power that no one could see through. This power gave him even more confidence than his inner world. Although he hadn't tried it out, he could feel it. So what if he cultivated a lot of different things? He would fuse them all together. If his body couldn't withstand it, he would create a starry sky to withstand the boundless power. Now it was time to experience the power of its own starry sky after the transformation. Lu Yin took a deep breath and released the starry sky in his heart. There was a soft sound and a black crack appeared in front of him. It was the void world. Lu Yin's expression changed and he quickly retreated. The void world followed him like a shadow, forming a black circle around his body. Outside the circle was the reincarnation spacetime, and inside the circle was the spacetime in his heart. The 380,000 stars around him, as well as a few strange stars, could not break through the black circle. His own starry sky was completely isolated from the reincarnation spacetime by tearing through the void and creating the void world. Lu Yin looked in front of him. Just releasing his own starry sky had isolated the reincarnation spacetime. It felt like two parallel spacetimes had collided and a crack had appeared in the middle. The void world did not cover a large area, and from a distance, it looked like Lu Yin was wrapped in a black circle that moved with him. Lu Yin retracted the power in his heart and the void returned to normal. He released it again and just like before, the void world formed a circle that isolated the reincarnation spacetime from his own starry sky. After trying it several times, Lu Yin gradually understood what was going on. In the past, his starry sky had been superimposed on the current spacetime, and it had not been enough to affect the current spacetime. But now his spacetime could no longer be superimposed and had formed a rejection. This meant that he had truly created his own spacetime. If a parallel spacetime was compared to a person, then Lu Yin had been a child in the past who could be picked up by adults and accepted by them. But now he had suddenly grown up and could be considered an adult. Adults naturally could no longer pick him up and accept him. Instead, they treated him as an existence on par with them. If two people were too close to each other, they would reject each other. Lu Yin did not know if his understanding was correct, but if it was, then his power was somewhat terrifying. It should be known that an ancestral world was a world created by a progenitor, and it had the power to change the heavens and the earth. But so far, no matter how powerful an ancestral world was, it could be superimposed on the current spacetime. Perhaps the Grand Empyreans were different, as Lu Yin had never truly seen their power. But this also showed that he was extraordinary, as he could actually fight against a Grand Empyrean as a half-ancestor. Lu Yin returned to the Above the Sky sect. No matter how he guessed, it was impossible, so he still needed to ask someone to verify it. For example, Big Sis had come from the Above the Sky sect and had personally seen the 3 realms and 6 Daos. She should have felt their power, and perhaps she could explain to him her understanding of the different levels of power. However, Lu Yin did not hold out much hope. Mr. Mu's vision far surpassed Big Sis, and if he could not see how far the power in his heart had progressed, then Big Sis should not be able to either. At this moment, Big Sis was drinking in Leon's armada. Regardless of whether she had recovered her memories or not, Big Sis was still the same. She was forthright, capable, and always stood up for her brothers. She seemed impulsive, but she was actually very meticulous. Lu Yin's arrival caused Leon's armada to erupt in cheers. The newcomers here were very reserved. After all, this was the primordial space and it was impossible for strangers to not feel nervous when facing Lu Yin. However, the older members of Leon's armada were very relaxed, as they all knew that this was Lu Yin's home. Heizage Leon was very happy, as neither Lu Yin nor Big Sis had forgotten about him. On this day, Leon's armada was celebrating, and the entire cosmic sea was filled with a joyous atmosphere. The next day, Lu Yin and Big Sis stood on an island. Repulsion. Let me see if you can use it. Big Sis was very interested. Lu Yin displayed the starry sky in his heart, and just like in the reincarnation spacetime, his starry sky and the primordial space had formed a repulsion, and a void world had appeared that wrapped around his star in a circular shape. Big Sis' eyes widened. What the? You can do that? Lu Yin was confused. What's wrong, Big Sis? Big Sis looked at Lu Yin in shock. Little Seven, you've become one of the 3 realms and 6 Daos? Lu Yin was even more confused. What do you mean? Big Sis looked at Lu Yin as if he was a monster. The progenitor realm can be divided into ordinary progenitors, sequence progenitors, and the ultimate progenitor realm that destroys the laws. You should know about this, right? Lu Yin nodded. He had heard forefather Lu Yuan mention it before, but he had not paid much attention to it. Progenitors were progenitors and no one had given them a clear division. Forefather Lu Yuan had said that one could divide the progenitor realm into different levels to confirm one's existence. Is this your division of the progenitor realm? Big Sis said, you can say that, but it's the self-perception of most progenitors. You should know about ordinary progenitors. Those like Xianxia are ordinary progenitors since they have not touched upon the sequence laws. Above them are progenitors who have touched upon the sequence laws. I am such an existence and so is Reverend Xiaoyin. You can see for yourself how strong or weak you are. This is just a rough division. The main point is the ultimate progenitor realm that destroys the laws. According to your understanding, such existences can be considered at the level of the 3 realms and 6 Daoists. Lu Yin looked at Big Sis. Big Sis' expression turned solemn. When we touch upon the sequence laws, we use our own strength to search for and conform to the laws that originally existed in this spacetime. At the level of the 3 realms and 6 Daoists, they are not limited to searching for laws. If they want a law that does not exist, they will find a way to make it exist. Creation. Lu Yin was surprised. Big Sis rolled her eyes. Don't interrupt. Lu Yin pursed his lips. The word creation is too big. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't understand, but in my opinion, only the progenitors are qualified to use this word. I don't think that the possibility of the 3 realms and 6 Daoists being able to create laws is high, but the laws that they possess are indeed not something that ordinary people can understand. My netherworld energy and Reverend Xiaoyin's extreme Yin energy belong to the dark type of laws. There are too many celestial bodies in the universe, and we can only name certain celestial bodies as netherworld energy or extreme Yin energy. But the laws of the 3 realms and 6 Daoists are very difficult to find in the current universe, such as fate or death energy. Where can you find them? Lu Yin nodded. That was right, as these were clearly not laws that normally existed in the universe. Creation is not very likely. I'm more inclined to believe that they have destroyed certain laws in order to obtain the laws that they need. For example, they destroyed the sun and created a black hole in order to obtain the laws that they need. Or they destroyed glaciers and melted them in order to obtain the laws of water that they need. Big Sis looked at Lu Yin. For existences like them, once they use their full strength, the laws that they control will not be compatible with the current spacetime, or they will directly destroy certain laws in the current spacetime. As a result, when they attack, a realmless will appear and the realmless will wrap around their bodies. It's as if the realmless will be drawn onto their attacks, adding a black halo to their strength. It's very similar to your current situation. Chapter 2871. Lu Yin blinked. So you think I've reached the level of the 3 realms 6 Daoists? Big Sis snorted in disdain. Dream on, I was just shocked by you. If you want to reach the level of the 3 realms 6 Daoists, you have to at least break through to the progenitor realm. Of course, it's impossible now. Anyone from the 3 realms 6 Daoists can instantly kill you. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Then what about me? Big Sister was puzzled. Who knows? I can't understand your cultivation. Based on this deduction, maybe your cultivation path is really the same as the 3 realms and 6 paths little 7. If that's really the case, then you've taken a detour. Lu Yin was speechless. Overtaking them? Definitely not, or rather it wasn't just that. If his cultivation path was the same as the 3 realms 6 Daoists, it was impossible for Mr. Mu not to see it. If even Mr. Mu was surprised, then the starry sky in his heart must be even more strange. Back then I helped the 3rd mainland bury 7 sky gods. In order to thank me, that old man Gu Yizhi gave me some advice. Do you want to hear it? Big Sis tempted. Lu Yin was tempted. Yes, I want to hear it. Big Sis thought for a moment. It's easy for you to stab someone, but it's not so easy to get someone to stab you. Lu Yin looked at Big Sis. Big Sis looked at him. The two looked at each other speechlessly. That's it. That's it. Just one sentence. How much do you want? Then Big Sis, do you understand? Nonsense, do you think I have the time to understand? Not long after that, I was tricked by that bastard Su Wangtian and almost died in the river of time. When I opened my eyes and recovered my memories, I saw you. Lu Yin was embarrassed. Why don't I ask Ancestor Lu Yuan? Big Sis was tempted. That's your ancestor, not mine, go ask him yourself. Lu Yin smiled. Okay, I'll tell you when I'm done. Big Sis was satisfied and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. By the way, Big Sis, have you heard of the realm above the progenitor realm? Lu Yin asked. Big Sis' eyes flashed. Yes. Lu Yin stared at her. Progenitor is the realm above the progenitor realm, Big Sis said. Lu Yin asked again, what's the name of the realm? Big Sis raised a finger, beginning. Lu Yin blurted out, the primordial realm? Big Sis replied, that should be the case. Ancestor Mavis told me that back then. I'm from the second continent, and although I don't really have a good relationship with Mavis, I've occasionally heard about it. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Primordial realm? He thought of the Mirage domain and the 9 words, ascend to the primordial realm, overcome the tribulation and obtain eternal life. Were those 9 words related to the primordial realm? Release that power of yours again. I have a conjecture that I want to test, Big Sister suddenly said. Lu Yin released the power from his heart. It had to be said that even though the primordial space was repelled by his own starry sky, the black world of nothingness was still very beautiful. It covered Lu Yin with a layer of absolute darkness. Big Sis raised a hand and released her netherworld force. Lu Yin opened his heaven's eye and could clearly see that this netherworld force was composed of orderly particles. Netherworld energy blasted towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin kept a close eye on him. If he wanted to hit him, he would have to break through the outer layer of space, and beyond that was the black layer of nothingness. When Netherworld's power touched the void world, Lu Yin's expression changed. He could clearly see Netherworld with his celestial eye. The sequence particles of Netherworld energy had been devoured by the layer of nothingness. Big Sis lowered her hand and sighed. As expected. Lu Yin was shocked. Sis, what's this? Big Sis looked at Lu Yin enviously. The void world helped you cut off the sequence laws. Congratulations, little 7. From now on, the damage that the sequence laws can cause to you will be minimal. Lu Yin's eyes widened and then he was overjoyed. Really? Big Sis let out a long sigh. Since ancient times, how many people have been able to reach the sequence laws level? Out of 100 half-ancestors, at most one can become an ancestor, and out of 10 progenitors, at most one can reach the sequence laws level. There are strong and weak sequence laws, and I belong to the stronger category. As for Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, he belongs to the weaker category. Even if a Grand Empyrean hasn't taken away his power, the damage that the sequence laws can cause to you will be greatly reduced. I heard that you went through the half-ancestor origin tribulation and resisted the lightning sequence laws. Even if the sequence laws can break through the void world and descend on you, the damage they can cause to you will be minimal. Amazing. Lu Yin had never thought of such a move. The void world cut off the sequence laws, and even if there were still sequence particles that passed through the void world to attack him, he could take out the wordless heavenly book and weaken them again. What use would the remaining sequence particles be? The first time he had encountered old freak Mo, the dark sequence laws had made Lu Yin speechless. He had been worried about how he would deal with such a powerhouse again. But now he could finally relax. Big Sis saw Lu Yin relax and reminded him, don't underestimate the sequence laws. Those who can cultivate the sequence laws are not simple. Even if they don't use the laws, they are not weak. If I go all out, I can pass through the void world and heavily injure you or even kill you. The 7 sky gods, the 3 realms and the 6 Daoists. Even if their laws can pass through just a little, you might not be able to resist. Little 7, don't be careless. Lu Yin nodded. Don't worry, sis. I won't be careless. He would never forget the scene when the god of forgotten ruins had attacked him at the tea party. Just a very small sequence particle was enough to make him forget how to resist. Later on, he did not even see the sequence particle, but he still forgot to resist. Such a powerhouse was the absolute pinnacle. Against the 7 sky gods, he was still very weak. But he was still climbing up step by step. How old was he? How long had he been cultivating? In a few more years, when he broke through to the progenitor realm and grasped the law sequence, it would be time for him to truly fight against the 7 sky gods. He wondered what kind of law sequence he would be able to grasp at that time. Big Sis reminded Lu Yin not to be careless. There were too many strange powers in the universe, and the void world was not omnipotent. Lu Yin also promised that he would not be careless. Of course, the void world was not omnipotent. Luo Shan had walked out of the void world and this was not fake. Qin Lu thought that it was fake and many people thought that Luo Shan was faking it. However, Lu Yin truly understood from Mu Jun that Luo Shan had really walked out of the void world. If Luo Shan could walk out of the void world, then the void world was naturally not omnipotent. However, Lu Yin was satisfied. With the void world and the wordless heavenly book, he would be able to cancel out both of them. If he met old Freak Mo again, he would not be afraid of a one-on-one battle. If old Freak Mo underestimated him, then he would definitely give him a huge surprise. Lu Yin headed to the reincarnation spacetime and continued rolling his die. Half a month later, Lu Yin rolled 6 pips. He searched the dark space for a long time but could not find any bright orbs. Helpless, he could only leave the dark space and continue rolling his die. Another 20 days passed and he rolled 6 pips again. This time he was determined to continue searching no matter how long it took. Although it would consume a lot of star essence, it was still better than relying on luck. The results did not disappoint him. After searching for a while, he finally found a bright orb and fused with it. When he opened his eyes, why was it the void imperfection realm again? It made sense. The reincarnation spacetime's 3 sovereigns and 9 sages were either in the endless battlefield or the void imperfection realm. The only ones overseeing the reincarnation spacetime might be a Grand Empyrean and Xixing, who had never taken action. Lu Yin wanted to fuse with Xixing's body and see what this person was doing. Then was he fusing with Baixing? He took a deep breath and looked back. Lu Yin saw Gongxing. He had fused with Gongxing's body to look at Baixing, but now he was fusing with Baixing's body to look at Gongxing. Lu Yin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Since he had fused with Gongxing, he would look at his memories. Baixing's memories were not very valuable. This person had been extremely talented since young and had cultivated in the frigid Immortal sect. His path had been very smooth, and the only thing that Lu Yin cared about was that Baixing's memories allowed him to see the Lu family, Lu Yin himself, and the scene of his parents' wedding. Lu Yin had not talked to Lu Qi about his mother, but he knew that his mother had passed away due to illness and that she had no enemies. Back when he had ascended stargazing deck, he had seen his father hug him while his mother stood behind him. Now Baixing's memories were even clearer. Lu Qi was a direct descendant of the Lu family, and his wedding was a grand occasion in the Cosmic Tree realm. On that day, the entire Cosmic Tree realm was in a celebratory mood, and many people had ascended Lu Tianjing to congratulate him. Even Bai Wangyuan and the others had come with fake smiles. At that time, Baixing had already become an ancestor, and his memories of Lu Qi were that he was arrogant, disrespectful, and tyrannical. At that time, everyone had said that his father had stolen his mother, but Lu Yin's eyes reddened when he saw Baixing's memories. At that moment, his mother had been very happy from the bottom of her heart. However, his mother had not been good at cultivation, which was why she had died of illness. Baixing only had these memories of his parents. He did not pay attention to the Lu family and instead focused on cultivation, guarding the outer realm against the Eternals. To him, the Lu family was worthy of respect and he had never thought of harming them. Lu Yin also saw the scene of the Lu family's exile through Baixing's memories. A rain of red flowers fell from the sky, and Baixiener was as beautiful as a painting. She looked up and saw the ancestral Mang flip over and throw the entire Lu Tianjing out of the Cosmic Tree realm. At that moment, Baixing's emotions were complicated. He regretted the fate of the Lu family, but he also did not dare to offend Bai Wangyuan. It was not just him. Xia Zhen, Wang Jian, Nong Yi, and the Lu family's patriarch felt the same way. That day was a joyous occasion for the 4 cardinal scales, but not everyone was happy. After that, Baixing remained in the outer realm, not planning to return to the frigid Immortal sect. Even if he did, he would stay in Sky Beyond Heaven. Lu Yin had ascended to Sky Beyond Heaven when Baixing had returned, and the two had coincidentally met there. Lu Yin gripped the sky-vanquishing staff tightly, his thoughts complicated. Although Baixing had no intention of harming the Lu family, he had a feeling that he could not resist Bai Wangyuan. This feeling made him obey Bai Wangyuan's orders. Similarly, Bai Qi had no intention of harming the Lu family. However, the Lu family had already been exiled. In her mind, it was better to be completely exiled. On the other hand, Baixing's thoughts were affected by Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan's high status had been suppressing his own thoughts. This lofty feeling came from sky beyond heaven. Chapter 2872. The immortal frost sex heaven beyond heavens was originally a method that Bai Wangyuan used to rule over all living beings. Now that it had been destroyed by the Lu clan, this thought was deeply rooted in Bai Xing's mind and he couldn't get rid of it. Therefore Bai Xing wanted to return to the origin space, but at the same time he did not want to return. Bai Xing had not been able to break through that kind of suppression, but Lu Yin could. Slowly he began to recite the progenitor's scripture. The war in the unsullied realm was slowing down. For the time being, Bai Xing and the others did not need to take action. Neither Xia Zhen nor ancestor Gui Yuan paid any attention to Bai Xing. Soon, as Bai Xing's eyes regained clarity, he looked around in confusion. What was going on? He felt that something had changed. In a certain corner of the reincarnation spacetime, Lu Yin opened his eyes and hurriedly checked his resources. A bitter smile appeared on Zhou Xian's face. He knew that he would consume a lot of energy, but he did not expect it to be so much. 8 trillion star essence was a total of 8 trillion star essence, which was 5 trillion more than what had been absorbed into Bao Sage's body. The reason why there were so many was mainly because he had memorized the primogenitor's scripture, which was equivalent to using his power. Otherwise, even if he had spent more time fusing with the scripture, he would only have 4 to 5 trillion at most. Lu Yin sighed. There just wasn't enough money. Yi Xing was already a super rich person, but it was definitely not easy to give him so many crystal essences at once. It would be difficult for him to get more money. Bai Xing's reverence for Bai Wangyuan had already disappeared. It was up to him whether he would return to the origin space or not. If Bai Xing returned, Lu Yin would not refuse. Even though Bai Xing had done many things for the frigid immortal sect and had been Lu Yin's enemy during that time, it had not affected him in any way. The same was true for Xia Zhen. Other than that, Lu Yin also saw a familiar yet unfamiliar name in Bai Xing's memories. Yi Bo. Back at the Grand Emperor's tea party, Bai Wangyuan and the others had used the name Yebo to accuse him of being a spy for the Eternals. They had once said that whenever he went into seclusion, Yi Bo would appear. Whenever he appeared, Yi Bo would disappear. At the time, Lu Yin had thought that Bai Wangyuan and the others had fabricated this story. In any case, there was 9 luminaries as proof, and they also had Xianxia as proof. There was no need for any direct evidence. And now, in Bai Xing's memories, there really was a spy called Yi Bo, and this spy was not simple. Yi Bo was an extremely secretive spy in the starry sky of trees. He was also a great threat to Bai Wangyuan and the others. This spy had existed before the Lu family was exiled, and he had caused great damage to the starry sky of trees. Bai Wangyuan and the others had indeed framed Lu Yin for Yi Bo, but Yi Bo was also a spy. In the 6 directions there was Qing Kong. In the primordial space there was Yi Bo. This was the consensus of Bai Wangyuan and the others. Bai Xing had also started to understand the 6 Directions Society when the Yuan sage had appeared in the starry sky tree and taken lunatic Lu away. The more he understood the 6 Directions Society, the more he would associate Yi Bo with Qing Kong. The most similar thing was that Yi Bo had also killed an Ancestor Realm expert. An Ancestor Realm expert from the Divine Martial Plane had died at Yi Bo's hands. The reason why Lu Yin had never heard of him before was because after the Lu family had been exiled, Yi Bo's activities had lessened. The last time he had been discovered was when Lu Yin had disguised himself as Long 7. At that time, Lu Yin had not even had the qualifications to come into contact with progenitors. Yi Bo was a spy sent by the humble school to track him down. Wuxia was personally in charge of tracking him down along with the 4 directions scales. Long Qi was not in charge. Trying to frame Lu Yin with nightmares might seem foolish, but if nightmares were a code name for a team, then things would be different. The Nightmares had existed for a long time, but its members might not be. Bai Xing knew that the Nightmares were a team, which was what Bai Wangyuan and the others knew. It was a pity that this team had never been exposed, as those who had been exposed had all died. The Ancestor Realm expert from the Divine Martial Plane had been crazily killed by the members of the team, and they had all perished together under the Ancestor's origin calamity. It was already not easy to find out that they were a team. Nightmares? Lu Yin suppressed this name in his heart and decided to ask his senior when he returned. For now he continued to roll his die. He still had 22 trillion star essence left, which was enough. In a flash, 2 months passed and Lu Yin finally rolled possession once more. Possession was becoming harder and harder to roll. No matter how long it took, Lu Yin had to find a bright ball of light in this dark space. This time, it took him even longer than when he had fused with Bai Xing's body. Fortunately, he had still found one. Lu Yin fused with Jiang Sheng's body and his memories flooded out. He could clearly see that he had fused with Jiang Sheng's body. Of the 3 venerables and 9 sages, 2 had already fused with him and there were only 6 left. 3 had died and Lu Yin did not know when the reincarnation spacetime would fill in the gaps. Lu Yin was lucky to have fused with Jiang Sheng's body, as Jiang Sheng had just returned from the endless battlefield. Otherwise, Lu Yin did not know how long it would have taken him to find a progenitor to fuse with. After fusing with Jiang Sheng's body, Lu Yin once again experienced the feeling of being bestowed with power by a grand empyrean. He did not reject any power now, and he wished that he could gather the power of all the progenitors of the 6 Directions Society into his body so that he could enrich his own universe. Among them, the Grand Empyrean's power was quite attractive. Half a year passed and Lu Yin was still in seclusion. Not only did he roll his die, but he also spent most of his time cultivating his 4 inner worlds and the universe in his heart. He had also fused with powerhouses, but they were not progenitors. The reincarnation spacetime did not have that many progenitors. After fusing with Jiang Sheng's body, Lu Yin realized that the reincarnation spacetime did not only contain the 3 venerables and 9 sages, but also the so-called 36 immortals. These 36 immortals referred to the cultivators who had been bestowed with power by a grand empyrean. A half-ancestor should not be worthy of a grand empyrean's power, but there were indeed 36 immortals in the reincarnation spacetime. These 36 immortals made up nearly half of the cultivators who had become immortals in the reincarnation spacetime, and they could be considered a very powerful force. If Lu Yin fused with these 36 immortals, he would still be able to comprehend the power bestowed by a grand empyrean. During this half a year, something major had happened in the reincarnation spacetime. The 9 sages had all been replenished and they were Yao Lan by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. In addition to Madman Lu and the still empty Shaoyin Divine Sovereign position, it meant that nearly half of the 3 venerables and 9 sages had been replaced in recent years. All of this was related to the Origin Space's contact with the Hexagon Society. Some people were like this. Even if they stood there and did not say a word, they would still be the most dazzling. Among all the parallel timelines, the Origin Space was the most dazzling one. Even if it had declined once it came into contact with the Hexagon Society, it would instantly change the situation of the Hexagon Society, not to mention a variable like Lu Yin. Half a year was not a long time for cultivators. Jiang Sheng rested for half a year and then left for the Void Imperfection Realm after informing Jiang Xiaodao. No matter what Lu Yin thought of the reincarnation spacetime, the 3 venerables, 9 sages, and even the Grand Empyrean had done their best to resist the Eternals. Lu Yin had not expected that after half a year, the progenitor he had fused with after Jiang Sheng was still Jiang Sheng. He looked at the Void Imperfection Realm in front of him and saw Bao Saint, Bai Xing and the others. He was speechless. He had been here many times before. Just as he was about to withdraw from the fusion, he heard a scream. Lu Yin looked over and saw Bao Saint. In the distance, Bao Saint was bathed in blood. A long blade had cut into his neck, and the blade tore through the void to form a crack that split the universe in 2. Lu Yin was confused. What had happened? Suddenly, colorful bubbles appeared in front of him. Was this illusionary illusion bubbles? Not good, it's an illusion. Ting Kong. His mind was filled with thoughts of Qing Kong, but his body could not move. The moment Lu Yin was distracted by Bao Saint's scream, Qing Kong took advantage of the situation and took control of Jiang Sheng's body. At that moment, the scene in front of him changed completely. Bao Saint was not injured and there was nothing. Only Jiang Sheng's body suddenly went out of control. I'm in charge of your body. A familiar voice rang out and Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. No matter what he did, he could not move. This was Jiang Sheng's body. If it were Lu Yin, Qing Kong definitely would not have been able to control it. However, the difference between him and Jiang Sheng was too great. With a bang, the illusion burst, and Jiang Sheng's body spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell down. The commotion attracted Bao Saint's attention and he looked back. When he saw Jiang Sheng's pale face, he was shocked. Brother Jiang. He quickly approached Jiang Sheng, raised his hand and formed an arrow with his fingers as he searched for an enemy. However, Qing Kong was not someone he could easily find. Lu Yin had experienced the death of Jiang Sheng's body. Qin Kong had found this opportunity when everyone thought that there would be a truce. He had taken advantage of the moment when Jiang Xing had approached the Void Imperfection realm and saw that it was calm. When Jiang Xing saw that Bao Saint and the others had relaxed, he had launched a surprise attack. This was the moment when Jiang Xing was the most relaxed. Qin Kong was the Six Direction Society's greatest threat. Even though many people in the Six Direction Society viewed the Seven Sky Gods as inferior to Qin Kong, this was because Qin Kong was too adept at sneak attacks. The number of progenitors who had died at his hands surpassed the number of progenitors who had died at the hands of any of the Seven Sky Gods. Qin Kong had relied on sneak attacks to kill many progenitors. Jiang Xing was not the first and he would not be the last. Lu Yin had seen Bao Saint's shout and the stunned gazes of Bai Xing and the others, but there was nothing he could do. Jiang Xing had been controlled, and the moment the dreamy illusion bubble had entered his body, his death had been sealed. Qin Kong had been very certain, which was why he had attacked. However, what he did not know was that this Jiang Xing was not the pure Jiang Xing. The result that he had thought of had been changed. Lu Yin's vision turned black. This was the moment when a person was about to die. Only the colorful bubbles would replace everything. Qin Kong's power would control him until he died. However, would it be so easy? He was Lu Yin, not Jiang Xing. Even if he died, he would not let Qin Kong succeed so easily. Jiang Xing's body had its own uses. Lu Yin had been in seclusion for more than half a year and had merged with many people, constantly comprehending the power that the Grand Empyrean had bestowed upon him. Eventually, he had managed to sort out some ideas, and by relying on Jiang Xing's body, he could temporarily come into contact with the Grand Empyrean's Grand Path of Reincarnation. The Grand Path of Reincarnation was the power of the Grand Empyrean. By relying on the Grand Path of Reincarnation, the Grand Empyrean had bestowed 3 venerables, 9 sages and 36 immortals. He was invincible in the Six Directions Guild and was the master of humanity. Lu Yin had used his comprehension of the Grand Path of Reincarnation to barely make a move before Jiang Xing's body died, but he could only make one move. With a wave of his hand, the samsara spacetime changed. An invisible force swept through the void, startling Bao Saint and causing everyone's hearts to tremble. It was as if the sky was about to collapse. In an instant, a very small, colorful gas fell from the boundless void. It was almost invisible. This gas was also the last color that Lu Yin had seen in Jiang Xing's body. Chapter 2873. In the depths of reincarnation spacetime, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. The gaze was pure and seemed ancient, but it was very simple. These eyes belonged to Xixing. Someone touched Master's path of reincarnation? It's a pity that Master is in seclusion. Otherwise, this person would definitely become one of the 3 sovereigns. What a pity. In the Void Imperfection realm, Jiang Xing's body crashed to the ground, completely dead. At the moment of Jiang Xing's death, Lu Yin broke away from the fusion and his consciousness returned to his body. He opened his eyes, which were filled with anger and killing intent. Qin Kong, it was Qin Kong again. Qin Kong had killed one progenitor after another, and he had almost killed Lu Yin in the endless battlefield. Now he had killed Jiang Xing as well. He had witnessed Jiang Xing's death, but he had been powerless. This made Lu Yin feel guilty. If he had not merged with Jiang Xing's body, perhaps Jiang Xing would not have been controlled by Qin Kong? Perhaps Jiang Xing could have broken free? There were all sorts of possibilities, but in the end, Jiang Xing had suffered the most tragic end. Lu Yin stood up and clenched his fists. He had to kill Qin Kong. Right, that thing. Lu Yin walked out of seclusion and headed towards the Void Imperfection realm. In the Void Imperfection realm, Bao Saint stood on a barren land and looked down at the giant crater below. Jiang Xing's corpse was facing upwards. Although deaths were inevitable in war, it was not easy to see extreme powerhouses die. In the Battle of the Tea Party, the sole true god, the 7 sky gods and the true god guard had all died. Bai Xing, Xia Zhen and Ancestor Gui Yuan stood not far from Bao Saint and looked at Jiang Xing's corpse. Is it Qin Kong? Xia Zhen was apprehensive. Bao Saint sighed. It's him. Ancestor Gui Yuan's tone was gloomy. This Qin Kong is too big of a threat. His existence means that everyone has to be vigilant at all times. Even we can't bear such an attitude. Unless there's a powerhouse who can completely ignore Qin Kong, the destruction he brings is even greater than the 7 sky gods, Bai Xing said. Bao Saint exhaled. Many people in the Six Direction Association wanted to kill Qin Kong but could not. Several extreme powerhouses wanted to chase after Qin Kong, but they could not even find his shadow. Jiang Sheng's death is a loss to reincarnation space-time. The three of you, although the situation is slowing down, Qin Kong's threat is still great. Please be careful. Bai Xing, Xia Zhen and Ancestor Gui Yuan all looked at Bao Sage strangely. This person's attitude had changed so much that they thought it was fake. This person couldn't be controlled by Qin Kong, right? Jiang Sheng's corpse was collected and brought to be buried in the reincarnation spacetime. This news quickly spread throughout the Six Paths Guild. Qin Kong's name was mentioned again and so was Lu Yin. Lu Yin had been ambushed in the endless battlefield, but he had miraculously survived and had almost been killed instead. This was something that had shocked even Bodhi Sage. In comparison, Lu Yin's prowess was even more apparent. This was the third time Lu Yin had come to the Unsullied Realm. His arrival was immediately noticed by Bao Saint and the others. Lu Yin had no intention of keeping a low profile, and his powerful aura swept through the entire Void Imperfection realm. The Bao Saint's expression turned ugly when he saw Lu Yin. The current Lu Yin gave off a completely different impression from Xianxia. Xianxia was humble while Lu Yin was overbearing. As for Bai Xing and the other two, they simply left the Void Imperfection realm. They understood Lu Yin too well, and they knew that he could easily take action without even saying a single word. Lu Yin arrived at the Unsullied Realm with a solemn expression. Jiang Xing was ambushed and killed by Qin Kong? The Bao Saint stepped forward. Master Lu, you've heard? Lu Yin frowned. I pay attention to any news related to Qin Kong. Besides, Jiang Xing died in battle for humanity. Since I'm here, I should send him off. The Bao Saint looked deeply at Lu Yin and bowed. Thank you, Master Lu. Although Lu Yin had come for the multicolored bubble left behind by Qin Kong, he really did want to send Jiang Xing off. Anyone who died in battle for humanity was worthy of his respect. Lu Yin stood quietly outside the hole where Jiang Xing's corpse had fallen. Master Lu, Brother Jiang fell here, the Bao Saint said. Jiang Sheng's corpse had already been transported to his residence. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated as he watched quietly. The Bao Saint spoke in a low voice. Actually, Qin Kong must have been lying in ambush in the Unsullied Realm. If not for Brother Jiang, he might have ambushed me instead. Brother Jiang might have died in my place. Lu Yin said indifferently. Qin Kong ambushed him at the right time. It has nothing to do with you. Let me be alone. The Bao Saint nodded and left. Outside the Unsullied Realm, Bai Xing looked at Lu Yin from afar. Although this person was ruthless and unscrupulous in his vengeance, his reputation in the starry sky of trees was excellent. He had taken the initiative to invade the new continent on the backside of the battlefield and expel the Eternals, stopping the war in the starry sky of trees. He had made a great contribution to the Genesis space. This person had made great contributions to humanity. His feelings for Jiang Sheng's death were not faked. Perhaps he should return to the Genesis space? That was his home after all. Xia Zhen's gaze was also complicated. Unlike Bai Xing, she could return at any time. She already knew that the Xiaxinji ancestor had helped Lu Yin for some reason, which meant that Xinwu Plain did not receive much punishment. She herself had not done anything to the Lu family, so she would not be implicated by the four-way scales. It didn't take long for him to find the multicolored bubble. Because the bubble was very small and was buried under Jiang Sheng's corpse, there was nothing strange about it. Thus, it did not attract the attention of the Bao Saint and the others. Lu Yin looked at the rice-sized bubble in his hand. He had used Jiang Sheng's body to touch the path of reincarnation, leaving it behind when he attacked Qin Kong. Only someone like Jiang Sheng, who had been bestowed power by a Grand Empyrean, could use it. If it had been Lu Yin himself, he would not have been able to touch it even if he had comprehended the path of reincarnation several times. Qin Kong should have been injured, but why had he left behind this small bubble? This bubble had clearly been formed by his battle technique, dreamlike bubbles. Could it be that this battle technique could materialize? Just like the demonic scripture? Lu Yin frowned. Where did all these strange battle techniques come from? If they were not battle techniques, then could they be part of his body? No one had ever seen Qin Kong's true appearance. Perhaps he did not want to be seen because of his identity, or perhaps he simply could not be seen. Was he really human? Most of the Eternals were corpse kings, but there were also astral beasts, so there might be strange life forms among them. Could Qing Kong be one of these strange life forms? Lu Yin pondered. Not long after, he put away the bubble and turned to look at the void imperfection realm. Bao Saint was watching him from afar. When he saw Lu Yin look over, Bao Saint's eyes moved and he slowly bowed. This was his way of sending Lu Yin off. However, Lu Yin did not plan on leaving just like that. Bai Xing and Xiazhen could be ignored, but Ancestor Gui Yuan could not be left behind. Ancestor Gui Yuan was clearly Wang Fan's life shadow, but Wang Fan had gone to the endless battlefield and left him behind in the void imperfection realm. Something was wrong, and Wang Fan definitely had his own plans. According to Lu Yin's original conjecture, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was a spy, and Wang Fan had joined forces with him to exile the Lu family. It was not impossible for Wang Fan to be a spy as well. However, Lu Yin did not have any evidence, and with his relationship with Wang Fan, even if he revealed his conjecture, others would think that he was being framed. It did not matter if Lu Yin was being framed or not. Right now, Lu Yin could use a different method of doing things, a more domineering method. Lu Yin stirred a spatial thread and disappeared. Bao Saint relaxed as he had thought that Lu Yin had left. Although he was surprised that he had not been able to detect Lu Yin's departure, this person was still someone who could fight with Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, so he was not surprised. Suddenly there was a scream. Bao Saint's expression changed and he turned to look outside the void imperfection realm. At the same time, Bai Xing and Xiazhen both looked at Ancestor Gui Yuan. At this moment, Ancestor Gui Yuan was in an extremely miserable state. He had just been struck by a fierce and peerless palm, and his heart had been pierced. His entire body kept retreating as he screamed. Lu Yin stood in front of Ancestor Gui Yuan and took a step forward. Wang Fan, there are some debts that need to be repaid. Ancestor Gui Yuan's face was deathly pale. Lu Xiaoxian, I'm helping to defend the reincarnation spacetime. Bao Saint instinctively attacked, and a seven-god arrow shot out in an attempt to stop Lu Yin. Bai Xing and Xiazhen stared blankly. This Lu Xiaoxian was too arrogant. He had actually attacked? This was the border battlefield of the reincarnation spacetime. If he attacked Ancestor Gui Yuan, was he not afraid that he would be accused of ignoring the bigger picture and neglecting the safety of humanity? Previously he had been apprehensive because this was the void imperfection realm, but now he had actually attacked? Lu Yin sneered and flicked his finger, shattering the arrow. Take care of one and I'll compensate the void imperfection realm. My above heavens has plenty of progenitors. Attacking alone was different from attacking with so many progenitors, and the significance was different. When he had gone to the Rotten God domain, he had not attacked because Big Sis, Elder Chan and the others had followed him. This was to prevent the reincarnation spacetime from mistakenly thinking that the Genesis space wanted to start a war with them. But now he was alone. The void imperfection realm had its uniqueness, and the people here were worthy of respect, but it was not enough for Lu Yin to ignore his enemies. Ancestor Gui Yuan hurriedly fled. He had no intention of fighting Lu Yin head-on. Lu Yin had been difficult to deal with in the past, and now that he had broken through to half-ancestor, he could fight powerhouses like the Xiaoyin divinity. He was far from being a match for Ancestor Gui Yuan. Bao Saint, delay Lu Xiaoxian. Bao Saint shot out another seven-god arrow. Master Lu, please reconsider. Lu Yin stared at Bao Saint. It's none of your business. He waved his hand and shattered another arrow. Bao Saint only wanted to delay Lu Yin's attack, not fight him. Naturally, he did not use his full strength and the seven-god arrow was easily shattered. However, even if he used his full strength, he knew that he would not be able to stop Lu Yin. Ancestor Gui Yuan continued to flee, wanting to tear through the void to leave. However, Lu Yin easily stirred up space and the void he had torn closed. Lu Xiaoxian, do you really want to fight to the death? You think you're worthy? Since you cultivate the death god's power, I'll use it to clean up the sect. Death energy surged around Lu Yin's body, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire void imperfection realm. The humans and Eternals looked up in shock and black replaced everything. Lu Yin took out the death god's left arm and held the death god's Golian. He pointed at Ancestor Gui Yuan, and the Golian slashed diagonally. Scatter. Ancestor Gui Yuan's pupils shrank. He was not unfamiliar with this scene. Back in the astral tree realm, Madman Lu had been severely injured by this slash. At that time, Gui Yuan's death energy had been drawn out. Although no death energy had been drawn out, Lu Xiaoxuan's own death energy was definitely extraordinary. This death energy was unfamiliar to him, as if it was not just death energy. Chapter 2874. Death God Go Lian / diagonally, drawing out the power of the black and white fog from his heart. This was both death energy and not death energy. The ghost abyss ancestor had nowhere to run. His eyes were bloodshot. Boiling death energy poured out from his body, turning into a black forest that spread throughout the void imperfection realm. He wore the giant beast skeleton, the Shi family's broken bones strengthening body, which was modified by death energy to withstand the attacks of progenitors. In the sky, the death energy formed a guillotine, the sky as the guillotine and the death energy as the blade. The two slashes collided fiercely, and Bao Saint and the others were forced to retreat. The void imperfection realm was a border battlefield filled with blood-red killing intent. Under the black death energy it was like hell. The two slashes formed by death energy crashed into each other, turning into a shockwave that swept out. The guillotine was torn apart, and Lu Yin's Go Lian slashed diagonally, splitting the black forest and cutting into the Ghost Abyss ancestor's body. The Ghost Abyss ancestor was overwhelmed with shock. Impossible, Lu Xiaoxian you. Lu Yin took a step forward and grabbed at the Ghost Abyss ancestor. The Ghost Abyss ancestor looked up at Lu Yin's palm and screamed, Lu Xiaoxian, I will make you pay. The Ghost Abyss ancestor's entire body shattered along with the giant beast skeleton. Lu Yin's palm missed, and the surrounding death energy swirled, finally sweeping up the Ghost Abyss ancestor's death energy to form a huge black tornado that connected heaven and earth. Lu Yin raised his hand, and the tornado gradually shrank as he absorbed it. At his heart the black and white fog grew stronger. The Ghost Abyss ancestor's death energy came from the Ghost Abyss, and it was as pure as the death energy in Kuan Swamp. Lu Yin didn't know how many fields the Grim Reaper had left behind, but he estimated that there wouldn't be many. He didn't know if the Sixth Direction Association had one. As the death energy dissipated, the void imperfection realm regained its calm. The Eternals stared at them with their scarlet eyes, but no one dared to move. Lu Yin's attack was earth-shattering, and without a true God Guard captain, ordinary progenitor corpse kings didn't dare to approach. In the distance Bao Saint gulped. It was over just like that. The Ghost Abyss Patriarch was not weak, at least not weaker than him, but he had dealt with him so easily. It seemed that he had not even used his inner world, which was too ruthless. Bai Sheng and Xia Zhen exchanged glances, and the two of them moved closer to each other. This Lu Yin was becoming more and more insolent. The Lu family had returned, and the Celestial sect had continuously increased the number of progenitors. Lu Yin was becoming more and more tyrannical, and there was no guarantee that he would attack them at any moment. Lu Yin suddenly turned to look at Bai Sheng and Xia Zhen. The two of them immediately became nervous. Bao Saint was shocked and hurried forward. Master Lu, Ancestor Gui Yuan is dead. He's not dead. He's just Wang Fan's shadow, Lu Yin corrected. The Bao Saint's expression was unsightly. No matter what, the void imperfection realm is missing a supreme expert. Send someone to the Above Heavens sect and have Qin Lu assist in defending the void imperfection realm. The Bao Saint didn't know what to say. He didn't have the slightest bit of confidence when facing Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at Bai Sheng and Xia Zhen. Do you plan to stay with Bai Wangyuan in the reincarnation spacetime as stray dogs or return to the origin space? Xia Qin was fearful. I will go back. Lu Yin looked at Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng frowned. I'll only give you one chance. If you don't want to go back, then don't ever go back. Lu Yin snapped. My Above Heavens sect doesn't lack a progenitor. Even if you go back, you'll have to explain whether you've done anything to harm the Lu family. Bai Sheng said, the Lu family's exile has nothing to do with me. I've never harmed the Lu family or any of its vassal families. An investigation is needed. If it's discovered that you've harmed them, you'll have to pay the price even if you hide in the reincarnation spacetime. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan will pay the price. None of them will be able to escape. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. The Bao Saint's expression turned even uglier. Master Lu, Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan are now the 9 sages. What happens to them will be decided by the Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin looked at him. I can also decide. The Bao Saint narrowed his eyes. This was a provocation and disregard for the reincarnation spacetime. This person was too arrogant. If it was in the past, the Bao Saint would have shot an arrow at Bai Xing. No matter who this person was, the reincarnation spacetime was the master of the Six Paths Society. Even a supreme expert couldn't defend a Grand Empyrean. But now, the Bao Saint didn't have the courage to do anything. This person was difficult to deal with, but there was an even more tyrannical ancestor behind him. Bai Xing was clearly exiled, but he could still return. Lu Yin left. He gave Bai Xing a chance. Whether he returned or not depended on himself. The news of Lu Yin defeating the Ghost Abyss ancestor in the Void Imperfection world quickly spread throughout the Six Paths Society. His tyrannical disregard for the reincarnation spacetime opened the eyes of countless people in the Six Paths Society. He didn't care about the reincarnation spacetime at all. At the same time, something related to Lu Yin happened in the endless battlefield. Qing Ping, as Lu Yin's senior brother, had made a name for himself in the endless battlefield. He killed a progenitor realm corpse king and lit up 2 parallel universes. In the 3rd parallel universe, he was unlucky enough to meet the captain of the True Divinity Guard and was rescued by the wooden carving. Although Qing Ping was rescued, his battle achievements still shocked the Six Paths Society. It was already not easy for a half-ancestor to fight against a progenitor. Killing a progenitor was even harder to describe. How many people in the Six Paths Society could do it? They could count with their fingers. Yao Lan was known as someone who could fight against progenitors, but she had never killed a progenitor realm corpse king before. Qing Ping was one of the few existences in the history of the Six Paths Society who could kill a progenitor realm corpse king. Furthermore, his talent was also spread out. It was so miraculous that it attracted the attention of various powerhouses. Many people confirmed that once he broke through to the progenitor realm, he would definitely become one of the strongest existences. If not for the fact that he already had a master, many progenitors would have wanted to take him in as a disciple. Lu Yin and Qing Ping were both half-ancestors and could kill progenitors. Above them were Wuxia and the wooden carving who had already become progenitors. When the relationship between these 4 senior brothers was exposed, countless people in the Six Paths Society were speechless. How were they supposed to continue? Lu Yin already had the support of a bunch of progenitors from the Above Heaven sect. When he returned to the Lu family, he had an ancestor who dared to scold a Grand Empyrean, an unfathomable Lu Tianyi, and a progenitor as a father. Now he even had several senior brothers who were so ruthless, not to mention that he also had an even more mysterious master. When countless people figured out Lu Yin's background, they only had one thought: who would dare to provoke him? This was no longer a question of whether others would provoke him, but whether he was arrogant or not. The more arrogant he was, the more people would take him for granted. With such a background, why wouldn't he be arrogant? There was a place in the reincarnation spacetime that was filled with strange rocks. Not only did the rocks here look strange, but their functions were also extraordinary. Some of the rocks were so hard that even half-ancestors couldn't move them. Some of the rocks would turn into water upon contact, and there were also some rocks that constantly emitted vibrations. The strange sounds coming from them were very strange. This was the Stone Realm, the place where the Great Stone Saints resided. The Great Stone Saints' name was similar to the Great Stone Void of the Endless Battlefield, but the two were not related. The Great Stone Void was because everyone had to carry rocks on their backs to prevent being obliterated by calamities. As for the Great Stone Saint, it was because of his cultivation technique, the Heavenly Stone Method, which required all kinds of rocks to cultivate, making one's chi channels as hard as stone and incomparably sturdy. He also cultivated the Stone Truncheon and the Stone Gate's 8 hands, which were accompanied by rocks. After the previous Great Stone Saint died, Madman Lu took over. At this moment, Madman Lu had already returned from the endless battlefield. He didn't participate in the tea party, not because he didn't want to, but because Shaoyin Divinity was worried that his appearance would affect the plan, so he thought of a way to transfer him to the endless battlefield. During the battle at the tea party, a great battle had also occurred in the endless battlefield. Madman Lu had brazenly killed 3 progenitor corpse kings in that great battle and established himself as a meritorious service. This was why he was able to return from the endless battlefield in advance. He had already been back in the Stone Realm for 3 months. When he heard that Lu Yin had defeated Ancestor Gui Yuan in the Unsullied Realm, he flung the wine bottle away and burped loudly. Although I hate the Lu family, this is how the Lu family is domineering. They kill everyone they don't like, huh? So what if the Lu family is back? Let's see what you can do to me. When I completely control the sequence laws, I'll kill everyone from that old bastard Lu Yuan to that brat Lu. I'll be the head of the Lu family. Ah. Men, bring me the wine. At the foot of the mountain, a man looked terrified. He took a jar of wine from a pile of rocks and climbed up the mountain. My lord. Madman Lu grabbed the jar and drank from it. A tyrannical aura spread along with the wine's fragrance, and the person holding the wine almost lost his footing and fell. This person stood respectfully behind Madman Lu with a gloomy gaze. He was Zhou Xian. As the 4th base commander of the battlefield behind the Astral Tree Realm, he was also a redback. He had always performed meritorious deeds on the battlefield behind the Astral Tree Realm, and the Eternals had used this method to throw many redback spies into the Astral Tree Realm. It was very difficult to suspect someone like him in the Astral Tree Realm, and because he had performed meritorious deeds, his treatment was not bad. He could directly join the 4-way scales, which was very useful to the Eternals. Following Lu Yin's rise, the Eternals had wanted him to join Lu Yin. Thus, when Lu Yin had been at the battlefield behind the Astral Tree Realm, Zhou Xian had taken the initiative to join Lu Yin and successfully joined the 5th Mainland's Heavens sect. Some time ago, Wei Rong had suddenly come looking for him and asked him to carry out a mission. He had to head to the reincarnation spacetime and find a way to join Madman Lu. This mission had left Zhou Xian dumbfounded. What did Madman Lu have to do with him? Why was he being asked to join Madman Lu? Wei Rong's explanation was that he needed someone to get close to Madman Lu. He had sent several groups of people, but all of them had either died or failed to even see Madman Lu's face. The reason why Wei Rong had come looking for Zhou Xian was because he had experience fighting on the battlefield behind the Astral Tree Realm, and his temperament was very similar to Madman Lu's. Zhou Xian had wanted to curse at that time. Their temperaments were very similar. Was that even a reason? However, Zhou Xian had no room to refuse, as he was just a minor character in the Heavens sect. Wei Rong was someone who could give Lu Yin advice, and the entire Heavens sect knew how sinister that person was. Zhou Xian if he offended him. Zhou Xian had no choice but to head to the reincarnation spacetime. He knew that it would be very difficult for him to get close to Madman Lu, so he could only contact the Eternals and see if they had any ideas. Surprisingly, the Eternals actually allowed him to successfully join Madman Lu. He was one of the closest people to Madman Lu. This was something that Zhou Xian had never even dreamed of. Zhou Xian had witnessed the Eternals' methods, and he was even more determined to join them.